Everybody, I'd like to call to order Louisiana Wildlife and Fisheries Commission meeting, November 6th. We have a Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Blanchard, can you lead us in the pledge? Oh, there we go. Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We have prayer. Mr. Walker, Commissioner Walker, could you lead us in prayer?
Sure. Please bow your heads. Father God, thank you so much for the ability to gather here today. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to come and give our thoughts and make wise decisions for the state of Louisiana. Thank you for giving us the staff of Wildlife and Fisheries. Please continue to guard over the enforcement agents as they protect us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Okay. Can we get a motion to get approval?
We got roll call.
Oh, I'm sorry. Roll call, Miss Susan. Sorry.
Kevin Segura,
Here.
Andy Brister, Andrew Blanchard,
Here.
Jimmy Martin, Gene Reynolds, Jonathan Walker,
Here.
Nathan Wall. Mr. Chairman, there are 7 commissioners in attendance. We have a quorum. Secretary Bosworth is also present.
Thank you, Miss Susan. Okay, agenda item number 4. Can we get a motion for approval of November 6, 2025 agenda? Motion by Commissioner Brister, second by Commissioner Blanchard. Everyone in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Agenda item number 5, adoption of October 2nd, 2025 commission meeting minutes. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Commissioner Walker, second by Commissioner Walker. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Okay, agenda item number 6, commission special announcements and personal privilege. I see we have a packed house here today, so we just wanted to set a few expectations for the meeting that we're going to have today. We know that we want to, through legal counsel and fire marshal, they talked about only doing seating room only, but we do want to hear everyone's comments, everyone who's filled out a card. If we call out your name and you're not in, there will be an agent that will go outside and call you to come in and testify. Cole, are they going to be piping out sound into the, okay, so sound will be piped out so people can hear what's going on here in the meeting. So everyone, please fill out their cards that do want to speak, and then we have a lot of cards here that do not want to speak. We're going to read them into the minutes. We ask that no questions be asked directly to staff. The questions be asked to the commissioners. That way we can keep we want to keep strict decorum on this meeting. We want to hear what everyone has to say, but we want it to run as smoothly as possible. So we'll we want that done. We're going to limit the comments to 3 minutes also, please. That way we can keep everything going. And if you do have some comments that someone has already, if you have the same comment as someone that's already testified, we'd ask that we don't continue getting the same redundant comments over and over. So that's how we want to run it. We want to run it smooth. So if we could do, whoever's got seats, we can, fill up all the seats, and then I think everyone else would need to stand outside into the lobby. Thank you. Okay, so We have, any other commissioners, any personal privilege? Okay, I know that, Secretary Bosworth, has something.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I just wanted to take a second on personal privilege to recognize my lovely wife, Renee, who's in the audience. I'm not going to tell you where she is in here, but she is here, and I just want to recognize her because without the support that, you know, I get from her and many of us get from our spouses back home, we wouldn't be able to do the jobs that we do. So thanks for being here. And I also wanted to take another personal privilege to thank everybody that's taken the time out of your busy schedules to come here today and participate in the public process, no matter what side you're on. It's very important that folks get engaged and come and tell us how you feel about these things. So thanks everybody for being here today.
Thank you, Secretary. Okay, I'd also like to recognize Representative Joe Orgeron is here today, Senator Mike Fazy, and former Commissioner Burt Jones. So with that, we will also on just to let everyone know on this item, however this vote goes today, it still goes through a process. It's not a final vote today. I'll let our attorney Cole just give the process of exactly how this notice of intent would work.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So today, like you mentioned, this is a vote on a notice of intent. That is making the public aware of this body's intent to propose a new rule. That rule is not going to be final. Upon vote today, it's going to be published in the State Register. That's going to happen on December 19th. It will be open for public comment until January 23rd. Thereafter, the commission will evaluate the public comments and determine what they want to do, either ratify the action, amend it, or reject the proposal altogether. Thereafter, we'll go to legislative oversight for a 30-day period, and the earliest that the rule will be able to be published as final would be March 20th. So that is the APA process. This is the first step in that process.
Thank you, Mr. Garrett. Okay. Agenda item number 7. We have the enforcement report by Captain Davis Madera, Enforcement Division.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commission members. Good morning.
Morning.
For the month of October, the Enforcement Division issued a total of 1,058 citations, that being warnings, civil, and criminal combined. In boating incidents for the month, we only had one, and it was involving an injury, a non-fatal injury. Year to date, we have 110 boating incidents, of which 14 fatalities took place. In the realm of public assistance, we had 83 total for the month, 59 via land, and 24 on the water. On September 24th, the Enforcement Division and an enforcement agent were honored for their litter enforcement efforts at the Keep Louisiana Beautiful annual conference held in Baton Rouge. KLB is spearheaded by Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser. The Enforcement Division was recognized as the outstanding state agency for enforcing littering laws across the state. The Enforcement Division and KLB have a long-standing partnership working hard hand in hand to address litter and illegal dumping sites. In 2024, the Enforcement Division issued a total of 548 littering citations. Senior Agent Mason Castello from Region 8 received the KLB Everyday Hero Award in the Litter Enforcement Award category for his efforts in enforcing littering laws. Senior Agent Castello has led the LWF Enforcement Division in gross littering violations, which included investigating over 50 illegal dumping sites in and around his home region of Region 8, specifically the problem area in New Orleans East. On September 28th, enforcement agents arrested a subject for alleged hunting and illegal firearm possession violations in Bienville Parish. Agents apprehended a ringhold man for hunting while under license suspension, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, illegal use of a firearm, and hunting without a basic license. While on patrol, they observed the man hog hunting at night near Lake Bistineau. Agents made contact and found that he was hunting under license suspension for unpaid hunting violation fines. Agents also learned he was a convicted felon and, of course, in possession of a rifle, which also had an illegal sound suppressor. The subject was arrested and booked into Bienville Parish Detention Center. On October 4th, Region 6 enforcement agents cited 3 subjects for WMA violations in Terrebonne Parish. Agents were on patrol when they witnessed 3 Baton Rouge men actively fishing on the Pointe-au-Chien WMA near the Wonder Lake dams. They found them in possession of 188 pounds of brown shrimp. The legal limit during the open season is 25 pounds of shrimp per person or vessel, per vessel or vehicle while on a WMA. Agents also cited 1 for not possessing a WMA access permit, failing to complete a self-clearing permit, and possessing fin fish caught with a cast net on the WMA. Agents seized the shrimp, 31 croaker, and 11 white trout and donated them to local charity. While utilizing Pointe-au-Chien WMA, fin fish may only be taken with rod and reel or by hand lines for recreational purposes. Finally, the Enforcement Division would like to recognize with pride the 13 agents who recently graduated from our training academy. During the ceremony, Agent Brad McKee was awarded the Physical Fitness Award for scoring the highest on the Physical Fitness Assessment Test. Agent Jonathan Bro received the Firearms Award for the best marksman in the class, and Agent Braden Carrier received the Academic Award. McKee also won the Overall Award, which is a cumulative score from the firearms, academic, and physical training categories, as well as the Louisiana Wildlife Agents Association Award with their inaugural Emmanuel Washington Outstanding Cadet Award. At the Academy, in a paramilitary environment, cadets train rigorously to enforce the state's recreational boating laws, the state and federal wildlife and fisheries laws, and general law enforcement work on the state's many wildlife management areas. The Academy also covers general law enforcement training equal to that of other state law enforcement officers. We really want to recognize those 13 individuals in today's times, finding men and women who want to do our profession, go through our rigorous academy. It's a big deal. So we're very proud of these 13 individuals. But that's all I have, Mr. Commissioner. I'll take any questions if you have.
Very good. Any questions? And none, thank you, Captain Madera. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Okay. Agenda item number 8, receive and consider a notice of intent to modify commercial menhaden reduction fishery buffers along certain portions of the Louisiana coast. Jason Adrians. Before you start, Mr. Adrians, I just want to reiterate again that we want to hear everyone's comments. We want to keep strict decorum on this, and if we can, if we have a lot of, we have a lot of people who do want to speak, that after you speak, if we could allow some people in the room to come in, it's just a request. If you don't have to leave, but we will be calling people from outside to come in and speak. So, and how we're going to do this is we're going to let Mr. Adrians give the report, and I'm going to let the industry speak first and then user groups after. So I just wanted to let everyone know how we'll be doing it. And thank y'all for all y'all. Thank everyone for being out here today and showing their concern and wanting to discuss this issue. We're looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. I'll be sure to head out right afterwards to make room. So what we have here is, as you teed up, is a notice of intent to adjust menhaden buffers. This was a directive that this commission gave us, that the chair gave us. We got that directive. We met with the recreational industry. We received a lot of comments from the public as well. We took all that into consideration. And so we looked at those areas discussed. There were some modifications made based on that input from industry, public comments. We had some areas we were concerned about. And so this notice of intent, and then that was presented to industry, and that's what you'll see in these maps here. So the adjustments in this notice of intent, they actually increase the existing square miles of buffer by about 4.3%. So it goes from approximately 264 square miles to approximately 276 square miles overall. There's reductions in certain areas of the state from a half mile to a quarter mile, and those are from the Cameron Jetties to Rutherford Beach, from the Mermentau River to the rollover area. from Point of Fur to Bayou Grand Caillou, and from Baylong to Southwest Pass. There's also a gap that's in these maps in the buffer. That's an area of open water between the sounds and outside waters. You'll see when we get to that map the rationale behind that. But we've also added additional buffers. There were some sensitive areas in here that we looked at, and so there's some additional buffers being added inside the Chandeleur Sounds and around Ile de Neer. There's also a few housekeeping issues in this notice of intent. We kind of reorganized the rule a little bit just to make it flow better, and we added coordinates to those previous enhanced buffers that are around Grand Isle, Elmer's Island, all those previous enhanced buffers. We actually put the coordinates in. Previously, we had just mentioned the east or west side of a pass. So I'll start with the western portion of the state. This is an overview. I'll go into the detailed maps. So this is that first reduction zone from a half mile to a quarter. You can see there it starts on the eastern side of the Cameron Jetties and goes to just before Rutherford Beach. Then the half mile picks up again. And that goes all the way to the eastern shore where the Mermentau River comes out. And then it's a reduction to a quarter mile again from there to the rollover area, just a little bit past Rollover Bayou. You can see it there. Then we move to the eastern portion of the state. This is the overview, and I'll show you the detailed maps. So that half mile from that rollover area goes all the way to the western shore of Point of Fur, and then there's a reduction to a quarter mile there over towards Bayou Grand Caillou. And then you can see the half mile picks up again from there. And it goes all the way and hits the enhanced buffers around Elmer's Island near Port Fourchon. This next slide zooms in on the additional buffer around Ile de Neer. You can see there there's a buffer placed around that added portion. And then so all the enhanced buffers around Grand Isle, Elmer's, and Grande Terre, as I mentioned, are in place. And there's a half mile segment until the eastern shore of Baylong in the Chenier-Ronquille area. And then there's a reduction to a quarter mile from there to Southwest Pass. This is that gap I mentioned. This is just there was fishing allowed on either side of that, but there wasn't inside the gap. So this is just to trim that out for just logistical, and it made sense. These are the additional buffers added on the inside of the Chandeleur Islands, some enhanced buffers. Those vary in size from about 1.25 miles to about 2 3/4 miles, depending where along that buffer you are on the inside. There's a lot of grass bed work going on in there, and so this is being added. This is a statewide over. I know this is hard to see. I can go back to any map you want at any point. This is just a statewide view of that. And as Mr. Garrett mentioned, it is actually December 19th that this would publish if it moves forward. December 20th is a Saturday, so that's incorrect there. It is December 19th. As he mentioned, public comment will be taken through 3 p.m. on January 23rd, 2026. And the NOI has some typical language we include in there to allow the secretary to move the rule through final. And the earliest it could publish is March 20th. And that's my last slide. I'll take any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Adrians from commissioners? None? Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, we have, I think, do we have a representative from LGL here who did the bycatch study? Okay. I have a couple of questions that maybe I'd like to ask before we move on, if you mind coming up. Thank you. Please state your name. Hello, and your name? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, yes. Good morning. My name is Scott Rayborn, and I am the president of LGL. I was the principal investigator on this bycatch study, and I was the chief analyst for the report. I know the data probably better than anybody, but I don't remember specific numbers off the top of my head, so if you'll bear with me as I look them up in the report, I appreciate it.
That's no problem. I just have a couple questions, or two questions before we get started. And a question, do you think the buffer zone is an effective way to reduce bycatch?
I'm going to preface that with something. My company was charged with estimating the bycatch for this fishery, right? And nothing else. We weren't charged with trying to interpret it, the impacts of bycatch or anything like that. We wanted to provide unbiased numbers. And so I've tried very hard to stay out of the interpretation side of things, because I don't want to seem partial. And as a scientist, that's sort of it should be your ethos, is to remain impartial and try and provide as unbiased estimates as you can. And that's what we've done. So you've asked me if a buffer zone is an effective way to manage the bycatch. In terms of total bycatch, my best guess is that it would not change it would not change the overall bycatch if you moved it offshore. And you would have to move it offshore a good bit before the assemblage of the species changed. I looked at the depth effect a little more for red drum, and what I found was that you don't see a reduction in bycatch in terms of number of redfish per set until you get to a depth of 22 feet. Only then can you start to detect bycatch statistically different than zero, right, or 0% change. And that's what I found. It's about what I can say on that. So if you wanted to reduce red drum bycatch by moving them in deeper water, you would have to get to a depth contour of 22 feet based on the data that we collected. And by that point, I mean, predators are going to go where the prey are. Wherever the menhaden are, that's where the redfish are going to be, right? The fishery tries to go where the menhaden are. They're trying to catch menhaden, right? So the two are always going to overlap. So to completely get rid of or reduce redfish bycatch, you would more or less have to eliminate the menhaden fishery. I'd say they'd give up at least 80% of their catch by the time you got to that depth. Now, the question then becomes, is it depth that's important, or is it distance from shore? During this study, they had the half-mile buffer zone, and you can't really address the distance from shore question, but the question becomes, is it more important, bottom depth or distance from shore? But we did sample the range of bottom depths, because in parts of Louisiana, even though they were a half-mile off, it gets rather shallow. So we saw menhaden boats sample in some of the shallowest places that they can possibly set, and we sampled those. So, to the extent you can draw inference from that, that's how you address that question. Empirically, we didn't take samples within that half-mile buffer zone, but theoretically, you can use model predictions to get at it. And that's the best answer I can give you.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Walker?
So for each set that you collected data on, are you saying you didn't collect a water depth for that set? You were only collecting distance from shore?
No, I'm sorry. We collected latitude, longitude, so we could calculate distance from shore. We collected bottom depth, yes. Bottom depth was a little, it's not as tractable as you'd think. As those boats fill with catch, the draft of the boat was sampled off of changes. And so things happen really fast. Some captains were really quick and good about correcting for draft and telling us exactly what the bottom depth was. Some sort of winged it, but we could tell that it wasn't, within a specific inch accuracy. So we have observations, empirical data on bottom depth for each set, but we also had the lat longs. And we wanted to predict bycatch for the entire fleet, and including those sets that we did not sample. 13,144 sets, we sampled 418 of them. We also wanted to predict the bycatch for the ones that we didn't sample. So part of that model included bottom depth. Well, if you know the lat longs of the sets that we didn't sample, you can predict bottom depth based on a GIS layer, a model of bottom depth contours in the Gulf. So we got predicted bottom depths for every set, all right? That's what we use in the model. Now, you say, well, there's errors in that because the Louisiana coastline is constantly changing. There's errors in that predictive model. But as long as the errors in the model, errors in the bottom depth are independent of bycatch and unrelated, it just adds noise. The overall trend remains sound. So to prove that, I went back and I used our empirical observations of depth in the model instead, just for those 418 sets that we observed. And I estimated the bycatch with that bottom depth data set and estimated catch with the predicted bottom depth data set. And I got the exact same answer. Like as I suspected, the errors in bottom depth were random, and any deviations in the predictions over the total of the study cancel each other out. So you still get an unbiased answer. That was a very long answer to your question.
No, that's okay, and I'm clarifying for myself and for the public here as well. So are you seeing any correlation, because obviously we're discussing a buffer zone here, right? And the effects of bringing in the Menhaden boats closer and what effect it'll have on bycatch and coastal erosion, et cetera. So are you saying that there's no correlation between the depth and the bycatch that you saw? Are you saying there is?
No, there absolutely is a relationship between bottom depth and bycatch. It's not linear. It's once you get 22 feet, around 20 feet and shallower, the average number of drum that you catch, red drum, that you catch per set remains constant at asymptotes as you get shallower. Then it starts to drop off once you get to 22 feet, and then by the time you get out for much deeper, it drops off considerably.
I understand. Thank you.
Yeah.
So it remains constant, but if you're using methods to leave more redfish from going into the chute or more fish from going into the chute, you still have a net effect of hopefully fish surviving. But thank you very much.
I got a question.
Mr. Reynolds?
Okay, for the lay people out here, I was a science teacher, by the way. Will these modifications increase the bycatch? Bottom line, in your opinion, your educated opinion.
The modifications, you mean reducing the buffer zone?
Yes, these proposed modifications.
It's on a per set level, no, it's not going to change it.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
I mean, I know that you don't like that answer, but that's the best way I can interpret the data. And I didn't know that I was coming to this meeting until late last week at the state commissioners meeting. But I could have if I had slides, I can illustrate my point better, and I have it on a thumb drive if you'd like me to load it up later and talk about it. But
No, and I apologize for putting you on the spot. I mean, I thought that was an important question to get the answer to on what you found from the study. So,
I have a question.
Commissioner Brister has a question.
So, and I know I was in the whole presentation of the bycatch study, and, it's been a while. I tried to read it the other day. I'm not a science teacher. I'm an attorney. I'm just used to questioning experts. And there's usually competing experts when I do it. But at any rate, was the bycatch, I mean, the study was done in 2024, is that right?
Right.
So all the net sets were at least the half mile away, not within the half mile?
That's my understanding.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, so, any other questions? So I guess with that being said, the relaxation in the areas that we're talking about, it wouldn't, in your opinion, it wouldn't have an effect on increasing bycatch
On a per set level,
on a per set level?
no.
Okay, very good.
But Kevin, but for clarification, it sounded like things get linear after you go past 22 feet. So it just depends on if the quarter mile gets significantly shallower, then I believe the bycatch would increase is what, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but that's my understanding.
Yeah, it's like a backwards S. The relationship, if bottom depth is on the x-axis, the relationship starts level, and then it starts to decrease at around 20 feet, and then it decreases to a certain level, and then it levels out, beyond that.
Okay.
But the asymptotic part over the shallowest depth starts around 20 feet. That's for red drum. You see a reverse trend for pelagic species, like black tip shark, cownose rays, things like that.
Yes. Okay. All right, any other questions? Good, thank you very much, sir, appreciate it. No applause, please. Okay. Next up, we'll have Mr. Francis Cattell with West Bank Fishing. You can bring, yes, you can bring up, yes, sir.
Good day, Commissioners, and I've asked Shane Treadaway, my Operations Manager, to join me because we'll do this together. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Francois Cattell. I'm the President and Principal Shareholder of West Bank Fishing. I've met most of you all before. I've been with you here before, and some of you have been out to see us on our boats. And I welcome any others that want to come to our boats and see us. The Louisiana menhaden industry directly and indirectly supports more than 2,000 jobs, contributes over $420 million in annual economic activity, and generates roughly $25 million in state and local taxes. I'm here today because the current buffer zone rule is putting all of that at risk. In both public testimony and private discussions, proponents of the menhaden buffer zone have said that they do not wish to harm the menhaden industry or its employees. But their assumption that our vessels can simply fish farther offshore to make up the lost volume has proven false. After 3 years of operating under the buffer zone, despite every effort, we have not been able to recover those lost landings. The fact is that the buffer zone has cost our company between 15 and 25% of our catch. Several of my captains are here today to testify to that reality, and no one is more qualified to speak on this than the men who do this for their work every day. The lost volume has materially reduced the earnings of every crew member and every shore-based employee and has severely impacted the company's financial performance. In 2024, West Bank Fishing's profit was down 99.5% versus 2022, which was the last year without a buffer zone. As a result, we've had to cut both operating and capital expenditures significantly, affecting dozens of Louisiana vendors and contractors across 32 parishes who depend on our business. Proponents of the buffer zone have also said that they would simply want to follow the science. That is why they pushed for the state to spend $1 million of taxpayers' money, twice as much as initially proposed, on a bycatch study. The results of the study are now clear. The total bycatch of the menhaden industry is lower than the 5% threshold set by the state. The menhaden vessels account for only 3.4% of all red drum caught annually in Louisiana. 84% of red drum caught in menhaden nets survive after release, overturning the old assumption that at least 75% of those fish died. The study also showed that the modern hose cage designs dramatically reduce bycatch. In response, the industry standardized those designs across all vessels in the 2025 season, a change expected to save more than 6,300 red drum each year, or roughly 24% of the total red drum mortality observed in the study. That's already been implemented. The study further found that to achieve a comparable reduction in red drum mortality through spatial restrictions, we just heard this, the buffer zone would have to expand so far as it would eliminate 80% of the industry's land-ins, effectively destroying the industry. The data is conclusive. The buffer zone is not an effective tool for managing bycatch. The LGL study quantified the menhaden industry's annual red drum mortalities at approximately 30,000, which has been reduced now to below 24,000 as a result of the voluntary hose cage standardizations. For context, LDWF's own creel data shows that in the same year, the recreational and charter sectors harvested nearly 800,000 red drum. And
Mr. Cattell, you got your 3 minutes.
can I take his 3 minutes?
Commissioner Brandt?
I would defer my 3 minutes to him.
Commissioner Blanchard?
We'll give you
Yeah,
2 more
you're
minutes.
Good to go, sir.
Even applying a conservative 5% post-release mortality rate, which is questionable, this equals 68,000 red drum mortalities that the recreational catch and release, by recreational catch and release only, 3 times the total mortality of the whole menhaden industry. I'm going to speed through this. The menhaden, we are accused of many things. The menhaden industry is unregulated and can harvest without limits. This is false. The menhaden industry is one of the most regulated fisheries in the Gulf. I can go through a whole list of the regulations that we have. 2, that predator species are starving due to menhaden harvest levels. This is false. A 2024 predator diet study conducted by the University of Southern Mississippi and published earlier this year found that most Gulf predators are opportunistic feeders and prefer invertebrates, not menhaden. Combined with the decades of strong stock assessments, this research debunks the claim that menhaden harvests are depleting predator food sources. 3rd accusation, buffer zone reduced net tears. This is false. Only 13% of historical net tears occurred within 1 mile of the shore in the buffer zone's range. The only reason for the decline is not spatial restrictions, but the fact that the industry invested in advanced synthetic fiber nets. Another false statement, West Bank Fishing is foreign owned. That is false. I own 75% of West Bank Fishing. I control the company, and I was naturalized as a US citizen in 1989, 36 years ago. The one that's bristled me lately, menhaden fish meal is used to produce imported shrimp to compete with Louisiana shrimpers. This is false. More than 90% of Daybrook's fish meal is sold domestically, mainly to US pet food and domestic finfish and catfish aquaculture. Our production strengthens American supply chains, not foreign shrimp producers. Commissioners, your responsibility is to act in the best interest of the state of Louisiana. No user group should receive preferential treatment over another user group. At a time when commercial fishermen across Louisiana are struggling to survive, the Commission should not enforce a rule that unnecessarily penalizes one of the few sectors that continues to provide jobs, investment, and stability on our working coast. I respectfully urge you to grant the limited relief that we have requested based on data, fairness, and the best of Louisiana.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Do we have any questions for Commissioner Walker?
Thank you, Mr. Francois. You'd mentioned that you last year was one of the lowest catches on record for you guys. Is that right?
No, I didn't say the lowest catch on record. It was a tough year last year, yes.
Right, and why do you think that was?
So I'll let you speak to my captains about that, but they will tell you that their land-ins, their ability to catch fish has been tremendously compromised by the buffer zone.
Gotcha, because one of the guys I spoke to that I think works for you this morning said just because of the hurricanes that came through and there was so many weather days that they weren't, able to catch. So for each year, whether there's hurricanes that come through or not, that's the ability to catch less or more. And so I'm wondering, considering the season ended just October 31st of this year, was there any kind of better year this year based on the fact that we didn't have a hurricane in the Gulf?
I'm glad you asked that question. So normally we lose around 25 days a year to weather events. Whether the hurricane passes over us or close to us, it affects our fishing. This year we lost 5. Last year we lost 25. It was pretty standard. This year we lost 5. We had a better year this year, yes. We caught 635 million fish. If you reduce that by the 15% extra weather days that we had this year, we're back down to the same season as we had last year. The last time we had a good year for weather was 2018. And we caught 806 million fish then, 22% more than we caught this year, which goes back to the point that this buffer zone has cost us 15 to 25%, somewhere in that range.
And from this year, since you were able to fish a little bit more, would you consider the year a success and your company profitable, or?
This year was a success.
Okay.
But unusual from a weather point of view. I think everyone knows that.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. Yeah, that's fishing, right? I mean, the shrimpers would tell you the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but with fishing, as everyone knows that's been in fishing a long time, there are years that you make hay and then there are years that you don't.
Absolutely.
And we should have made a lot more hay this year.
Yeah.
Because we're going to have a bad year next year. That's what happens in fishing.
I think that could be said for most industries as well.
Sure.
I'm in the real estate business, so I know the good and the bad as well.
Yeah.
That's all I have. Thank you.
That's all you have? Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Reynolds?
One of the things, we got probably 500 emails or more this past month or two. And so one of the issues, besides the bycatch, was taking the pogie, the menhaden, out of the ecosystem or the biome, taking too many. How does the catch in Louisiana compare to the catch in other states where the menhaden industry is, as far as poundage and number of fish and all that? How do we compare?
Well, I think it's best to talk in the relation to normal forage fish. So in most other places around the world where pelagic fish, like menhaden, or menhaden's a herring, like a herring is caught, so North Sea, Peru, et cetera, most places extract somewhere around 25 to 30% of the biomass on an annualized basis. That's sort of for pelagic species which grow faster, is deemed as a good number. We catch 2 to 3% of the menhaden biomass. That's the first thing. Second thing is what has been overstated, and there is a new bit of science on this. I referred to it in my thing, University of Southern Mississippi by a guy called Dr. Leaf, who's probably one of the most knowledgeable guys in menhaden in the US. And they did, I'll let him present it, but a very conclusive study. And what it concluded is that menhaden's role in the ecosystem in the Gulf has been overstated. That menhaden, understands logical, speckled trout, red drum prefer to eat things like shrimp. And the only thing that has a really strong correlation with menhaden is a garfish that sits up in the estuaries. But the rest of them, they are opportunistic feeders. And so by taking 2 to 3% of the biomass, are we causing starvation of the, no, simply no.
Okay.
What did you say the number was in 2025?
2025,
Your
that our
catch?
company caught
635.
635 million.
And what was it in 2024?
524.
All right, and that's earlier, I think you had said that it had been 3 years of fishing under the buffer, this current buffer, but I think it's just been 2, right? 24 and 25?
2020, 24 and 25 was half mile.
Right.
Yeah, and 22
23 was a quarter.
was a quarter mile.
Went through as a-
22 was a,
Right, okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Commissioner Blanchard?
Francois, I got one question. Is there any law or what prevents any menhaden boats from the East Coast coming into the Gulf of Mexico? Is there anything that prevents that?
not that I'm aware of, no. I mean, they've got to find a market. They've got to be able to, offload their fish. But no, not that I'm aware of. So there's currently there's no effort control. What there is, just if you indulge me just a minute on this, what there is this stock is assessed, probably the most rigorously assessed stock in Louisiana. I speak under correction, but every 3 years it's assessed. And during that assessment, a threshold is set where the scientists say that's the maximum that we want to get to. And the industry can fish within a prescribed fishing period. There is no quota, but we haven't got close to the threshold once, not even once. Now, between ourselves and Omega, because there is no harvest control rule, you guys haven't put in a harvest control rule. So between ourselves and Omega, we have signed a contract that says if we ever reach that threshold, we're going to stop. So we have a voluntary agreement that we will never breach that threshold. The fact of the matter is we're under that threshold by hundreds of millions of fish.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
One more.
What?
Would it improve
Commissioner Martin.
the fishing going along with the map that we have now?
Would it improve our fishing?
Yeah.
Yeah, certainly, certainly from our point of view, what is important is the area that we've gone right inside of Empire. The challenge for us there is that area shallows so quickly. So in lots of other areas around the state, it shallows slowly. That shallows so quickly, so the half-mile buffer zone puts our guys out of the depth to catch fish very, very quickly. And so, yes, that we are hopeful. Look, we're not coming here seeking to roll back the whole lot. I don't want to fight with the recreationals. I really don't want to. But we are in trouble. And we took it and we said, right, what are our hotspots? We don't need to fight over an area that we don't need to fight over. Let's recognize that this is a user group conflict and we want to solve it. But we are asking for small indulgences. What we asked for was around putting back 25% of the buffer zone to a quarter mile. Then things were asked of us, which we've agreed to. And in the end result now, the buffer zone's increasing by 4%. But we're not looking to go to war with anyone. We're just asking people to do what they said they were going to do. Not harm our industry, follow the science.
Okay, very good. No other questions? Thank you, Mr. Cattell. Appreciate it. Okay, next, Jonathan, let Ben Landry come up and speak, and then I'll go to, let's see, Ben.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Ben Landry. I work for Ocean Harvesters, the Menhaden fishermen with a facility in Abbeville, as well as one in Moss Point, Mississippi. And, the economics of this fishery is easy to, it's not so easy to understand because of the global pricing and things like that. But I don't think this issue is about economics alone. Your goal is to, or your charge is to manage this fishery for all Louisianians. It's not to make sure that we make money or that we don't. And I think there's enough of the body of science in the most recent research to indicate that this buffer or the proposal to move in, a fraction of the state is not going to damage Louisiana sportsman's paradise. First off, if you got a stock assessment that was released October 24, indicated the abundance of Gulf menhaden to be in the neighborhood of 100 billion fish, age 0 through 6. And I believe the last couple of years, it's right at 1 billion fish that's removed, maybe, a fraction more. So there's enough menhaden in the water to serve its ecosystem role, which is to be consumed by larger predators. You saw that illustrated in a July survey that was alluded to by Mr. Cattell, done by, perhaps the Gulf's leading scientist on menhaden, Dr. Robert Leaf. And he indicated that there wasn't a single connection. There wasn't one predator in the Gulf that relied upon menhaden solely. There's a vast dynamic prey universe out there. So they eat crab, they eat shrimp, they eat anchovy, they eat other larvae, they eat themselves, frankly. So there aren't any malnourished, diet challenged predators, alluding to the fact that there's enough menhaden. And then the bycatch report, listen, I refer to it as a candy store. If you wanted to go in there, you could find something you like. You know, I think our immediate focus on that was to look at the most prized sport fish, speckled trout and red drum. And I think that if you're being honest with yourself, I mean, the red drum numbers were not as significant as perhaps others thought. And the industry has taken steps to further reduce that. So, you know, I think from a scientific background, and Dr. Rabin alluded to it, this is not an increase of bycatch going from a half mile to a quarter mile in a fraction of the state's linear miles. Just to clarify a couple of things, Commissioner Walker, you asked about weather and, okay. Yeah, just two small points, basically responding to the earlier questions. Weather is by far the biggest factor of whether we catch fish or not. It's not the biology of the species, but a restrictive buffer just adds to that. And in those years when you have a lot of weather days, when you have a good weather day, being restricted from an area further exacerbates that problem. So that's to kind of answer your question. And Commissioner Blanchard, you had talked about the East Coast fleet coming down. Well, I work for the East Coast fleet. I think that's just an unrealistic scenario. You know, they are configured differently for different coasts. They have much deeper drafts in those vessels than the shallower Gulf. So I would just say it's an unrealistic scenario that those boats would come down here. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Landry. Any questions? None? Thank you very much. Representative Joe Orgeron. Someone's going to give you some more.
Thank you very much. Representative Joseph Orgeron, District 54, representing Lower Lafourche, Central Lower Lafourche, Port Fourchon, and Grand Isle. And two words come to mind, thankfulness, gratitude, and disappointment. The thankfulness is, I'm very thankful for y'all allowing me the opportunity to speak on this particular topic that I have taken legislation on in the past. And the disappointment is with the menhaden industry in that, as we all know, we were at what I had called a compromise following the bycatch study. I came here, I thanked the industry, I thanked LGL, I thanked y'all, I thanked Wildlife and Fisheries. Thanks Senator Brett Allen for securing the money that paid for the bycatch study. A bycatch study that I helped in some small part design, specifically looking and mandating that per species as a function of water depth, how the bycatch changed. I made sure that that got in whenever Patrick Banks was devising that. So the disappointment is with the agreement that we had. And it came to fruition a couple of weeks ago whenever some dead, large size, too big to fit in the hose cage redfish washed up on Grand Isle. And I got lots of calls from a lot of my constituents saying you need to once again do something against the menhaden industry. And I said, unfortunately, we kind of in a laissez-faire position. As long as they abide by the half mile across the state border, I'm not going to do nothing. That was my agreement to these men right here. Well, obviously, a week later, an NOI notice came on that we were changing that. So it's not my side, it's not our side, the recreational fishermen, that changed that. It's, I believe, I'm going to say it, I believe it's the greed, it's the other pressures, regulatory pressures of the menhaden industry and other parts of the nation that are basically forcing them to come back. It's also the political environment that we have right now that's causing them to come out. Another part of gratitude is bringing up Mr. Scott Rayborn from LGL. I studied the report in detail as best as I can. I'm going to set aside some times for Dr. Scott if he's in here. By the way, I'm Dr. Joseph Orgeron. I have a PhD in physics, so I've studied a lot, specifically on what they call Monte Carlo simulations and stochastic probabilities. So I understand what he was talking about whenever he said the S curve at 22 feet. I perfectly understand it. I saw that the Chandeleur area, we're not doing a 1 mile, 2 mile. We just got some data points that it's going to be. Well, let me tell you, there's another data point that we could make, which is the 22-foot contour line around Louisiana. Your job here is to preserve and maintain the fisheries, all the fisheries, including the red drum, which is why y'all know that this is why most of the people are here, is because of the red drum. And there is now very specific evidence, not from Texas, thank you very much. I would happily answer any questions. And I do want to lastly say that I do need to leave because on my day job, I restore the coast. I work for a nonprofit and we're planting mangroves in Fouchon. So if you see me leaving, it's because I'm going help to save the coast and make more marsh. But I am going to be watching on live stream. Any questions?
Thank you for your comments. Any questions for Representative Orgeron? Good. Commissioner Brister?
So, all right, finish your statement about the bycatch. You had me and I lost you, but what was your assessment of the report based on the red drum bycatch?
Well, you need to know that Dr. Rayburn was parsing words on total bycatch versus red drum bycatch. Y'all needed to stick on them, y'all needed to press on that. In the red drum bycatch, there is a specific probability curve that's on page 48 of the report. And it basically shows what I call an inflection point. A point where if you start going into deeper waters, it really doesn't make much more of a difference. The inflection point is at about 7 meters or 22, 23 feet, where any deeper, you're not making much of a difference, but as you get shallower, each foot gets significantly different, that you will increase the probability of catching more red drum. And that's what we need to kind of be focusing on.
Well, isn't that related to the red drum? That's where they're going to be feeding, is where the menhaden are, to their point earlier?
Absolutely. But you also heard we only catch not like red herring or herring and other species that they might deplete 20% on an annual basis of biomass. Menhaden, we only catch 2%. Well, that means there's 98% more menhaden out there. You just need to make a little bit higher effort and go fish it. Use the spotter planes and find it in deeper water where you're not interacting with the coastal species. He said it himself, it's a pelagic species. You know what the definition of pelagic is? Ocean going, in the deeper waters. The problem is that they're using a 15-foot tall net in shallow waters. Whenever you drop it in 14 feet of water, it becomes an indiscriminate catch. Wildlife and fisheries, we got net gears, right? We got a code list. I could go down the line, bowfish and bush lines, butterfly nets, by hand, that's just the bees, cast nets, dip nets. You know, they got all otter trawls, purse seines. We got all these different types of gear that we use. Are they using the gear type properly? They abide by the, I hear some laughing, they go for this Marine Stewardship Council certification saying that the way they fish is sustainable. On that website, it talks about purse seines are great for open water schooling species because the weights never touch the seafloor, thus allowing the predating fish that's causing them to school to escape out the bottom as the bottom of the purse is cinched. But if you're fishing in 14 feet of water with a 15-foot tall net, there is no escape. So that's why you see a distinct curve that the deeper water you go, the predators are able to get out. The bycatch, the fish that we care about, the fish that this commission made us go from 5 with 1 bull red down to 4 no bull reds. We made changes. Heard talks about history. What's changed? Nothing's changed. We've been fishing menhaden for 80 years over here. No. The coast has changed. The coast has degraded. The estuaries changed. That's what Mr. Adrians talks about. The reason why we got to reduce what we catch with redfish is because of the estuary changing. So everybody has to change. And
I hate to interrupt you, but I think you answered my question a few minutes ago.
And that was.
Thank you.
All right.
I appreciate
Well,
it.
look, I appreciate it. like I said, I'm disappointed that we had an agreement. I feel like a little bit of an ass telling some constituents that I couldn't do anything against it because of the redfish that washed up on Grand Isle, but this changes the situation a whole lot, and I appreciate y'all time and effort.
Thank you, Representative Orgeron. Next, Senator Mike Fazy.
Thank you all. I'm Senator Big Mike Fazy, representing District 20, which is Terrebonne and Lafourche Parish. And that's why I'm here today. The biggest thing is I started looking, we talking bycatch, that's very important. How close you go to the shore is important. But what we hadn't been talking about is the lifespan of the pogie. And other places, pogie lasts 6 to 12 years. The lifespan in the Gulf of America is 2 to 3 years. So why is that? You know, that's a question we need to look at deeply, because the full lifespan at 2 years is when mainly they can reproduce and keep our ecosystem going. And what happens to that ecosystem? They're saying they're only catching 2%. You know, I don't know who's calculating the other 90% and where they're at, but if they're further out where they are living longer, what are we doing on our inland waters by taking so much catch from the total catch? I mean, is it 2% of the total Gulf? Or what's the percentage of what's just along our coast? That's the numbers I'd like to look at, because I think it's so important that the buffer zone is so critical, just like Representative Orgeron was just saying, that we're catching everything with a 15-foot net and 14 foot of water. So I'd just like to get that point out. Texas has limited their catch, and I'd like to quickly read exactly, can you overfish? Overfishing can contribute to short lifespan of pogie population because it reduces the number of mature fish and their ability to reproduce. Overfishing can lower the population spawning potentially and disrupt the food web, impacting the entire ecosystem. And that's from Texas Parks and Wildlife. So are we even continuing and looking at that? And that's just the part I'd like to put out. Any questions?
Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Next, Mr. Burt Jones.
Hey, it looks different from over here. I just want y'all to know.
Thank you for your service and your time you spent on the commission.
I appreciate it. For all of you that don't know me, my name is Burt Jones. I'm from Ruston, Louisiana. I served on the Wildlife and Fisheries Commission, and I served as chairman, Ms. Gibb. But today I'm representing not just myself, but I'm representing 5 other former chairman of the Wildlife and Fisheries Commission, all of which oppose changing the buffer zone. You know, when I was serving on the commission, I read the statute that formed us, and it says you will set rules, regulations based upon the biological and technical data for all wildlife and fish. And all these regulations, such as the objective is to have sound conservation, preservation, replenishment, and management of the species and maximum continuing social and economic benefit to the state without overfishing that causes short-term, long-term biological damage in any species. That's your charge. If you vote to reduce the buffer zone, you're voting against your charge because it's not conservation. It's not what's best for the state and the fisheries. You know, everybody's going to come up and tell their redfish story, and I'll tell mine. I'm an avid outdoorsman. I'm a fly fisherman. I'm a quail hunter. I'm a duck hunter. I have a place in Plaquemines Parish. I fly fish. I bring people from all over the country, being in the lumber business, to come fish in Louisiana. In October, I think it was the first week in October, I brought 3 customers from Chicago. We had a wonderful time. They caught redfish. We were in the pogies everywhere. Saw the airplane come. Less than 20 minutes later, we have 6 pogie boats surrounding our fishing. The wind came up, we moved. It was a great day fishing, but the pogie boats ran us out. And then the next week I came, there weren't any pogie. I know the pogies move up and down the coast. The pogies were gone, but we still had redfish. Had a great day. Fly fishing with my son. I don't know how many redfish we caught, but every mature redfish that we caught that day was damaged by pogie nets. It's okay. My guide is sitting right back here. Well, they're all scarred up. Y'all can tell me what else. So I guess what my statement is myself, Jeff Snyder, former commissioner, Tom Gattle, former commissioner, chairman, Ronnie Graham, former commission chairman, Bill Hogan, former commission chairman, over 30 years of representing the state, managing its resources, are all opposed to changing this buffer zone. Everybody thought there was a compromise made and should be held. So as an avid outdoorsman and a conservationist, leave it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Oh, please hold the applause. Please hold the applause. Thank you. Okay, next we have Jonathan Burris from West Bank Fishing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, for your time. My name is Jonathan Burris. I'm from Burris, Louisiana. Been employed by Daybrook West Bank Fishing for 29 years. Started in the crew in 1997, became captain in 2009. First off, give you a quick update of how it's been the last couple of years since the buffer was imposed on us. 24 season was extremely challenging. Turned out to be the 3rd worst season since I've been fishing. The only 2 worse than that I can remember were Katrina in 2005 and the oil spill in 2010 when we had short seasons. We're experiencing bad weather at the beginning of the season and at the end of the season, and that's the times during the season when the fish are in the deep water. Other than those times, the fish are always on the beach. And the time when we didn't have bad weather through the summer, all the fish were inside the line. We had a really hard year. Basically, 2024 was a bust. This past season, 2025, we had perfect weather and a good crop of fish. We ended up with what I would call a decent season, but could have had an outstanding season had we not had the buffer zone for the whole summer. The fish were inside the line from Grand Isle to Southwest Pass, just inside the line all summer long. All the fish we wanted, we couldn't catch them. Any commercial fisherman knows good years like we had this year, you got to capitalize on that because you never know what next year is going to bring. I think we heard the 15 to 25% cut. With the current economy, nobody in this room can stand a 20 to 25% cut in pay. It hurts. And basically the way it goes for us, we catch fish in the springtime, coming inshore. We start in 20, 30 feet of water. The fish come inshore. The first 3 or 4 weeks, then one morning you wake up and the fish are on the beaches, and they basically stay there until late October. Everybody tries to say that we're not regulated enough. We are regulated by every force of nature there is. Rain, wind, strong current. Sometimes we go fishing, the fish are there, the current's too strong for us to fish. Sometimes you go out and the weather's perfect and there's just no fish to catch. So we are very regulated. Now some of our worst fears are starting to come true. We have crewmen leaving, captains retiring early, some captains deciding to go do other professions. It's turning into what we knew it would if this keeps on going on. The people that's being hurt by this is not some strangers from the other side of the globe. It's people in our communities, people in your churches, people in the grocery store shopping with you, neighbors. You might not know these people because most of them can't afford big lavish boats and expensive fishing trips. So it's just regular good people, very, very hardworking, that are willing to go the extra mile for their families, their Louisiana families.
3 minutes is up. Thank you.
Oh,
for your
really? That
comments,
quick?
sir. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. We have Mitch Jurison. Oh, he could stayed in.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
could I waive to let some of the other captains talk and put me up a little later? Or would you rather have me now?
Sure, if you'd
But
like.
I would like to talk, but I want to let the captains give their story.
Okay, so, let's see, Travis, is Travis Harvey captain?
I'm Travis Harvey, born and raised in Fort Selford, here to represent the hourly employees of the plant, land Bayside, guys who work hard, fishermen work hard. You gotta be insane to do this lifestyle. I'm just straight up. It's hard work round the clock. My men, the guys on the front, not just my men, I'm sorry, guys who all represent, whether you're in engineering, shipping, procurement, whatever. They wait a whole year for a fishing season, making 40 hours, scraping through the winter. Here comes the spring, it's time to go fish. They get overtime. No matter how it go, if you catch by 15 to 20%, their salaries are docked by 15, 20%. Their whole lifestyle revolves around fish catch. These guys can't go on vacations, they can't do nothing because they're waiting on the harvest for the summer to catch the fish. Other thing is, why are we here when we've been doing this for so long in the same place? We're not asking to go in uncharted territories. We want to remain where we've been fishing forever. Who comes down there and feeds those local guys? No one. Everybody comes to Empire, Port Selford, Venice, go up. What you left behind? Nothing. These are local people. Been doing this forever. I go to a funeral, go to the store. You know what the locals want to know? How the fishing's going. Because these are shrimpers, trawlers, oystermen, crabbers, people who lived here, done this all their life. Fishing is a part of their life. We come from a commercial fishing village, neighborhood, where everybody's what we done. We've been infiltrated by people. What happens in the country is all over when the mill closes, the mine closes. Well, you all are trying to close our mill, our mine. This is what we know. This is what we do. We're not asking to give us extra. Give us what we've been having for 75 years in Empire. That's all we're asking for. Why? Why? This shouldn't even happen, people. All y'all come down there, go fishing. What you may stop, get some gas from Gilboa's, may get a hamburger, you're taking it back up the road. These guys having to feed their families from this. And what about the local vendors? The local grocery stores, the hardwares, all the local mom and pop shops we support. Nobody care about them. Come on, people, we ain't asking for nothing. Just give us what we have.
Any questions? Sir? No questions? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we have Andrew Dameron.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for having me. I'm gonna read a statement off my phone. My name is Andrew Dameron. I'm from Erath, Louisiana, and I'm a Menhaden fisherman. But I'm not just a Menhaden fisherman. I am the son, grandson, great-grandson, and great-great-grandson of pogie fishermen. For 5 generations, my family has relied on this fishery to make an honest living. 5 generations of American commercial fishermen. I grew up watching my father and grandfather leave home each season to provide for their families the best way they knew how. Menhaden fishing has put food on our tables, roof over our heads, and given us the chance to build better lives. It even gave me the opportunity to become the first in my family to attend and graduate college, something I will be accomplishing this coming December. The fishery isn't just a job, it's a way of life, passed down from fathers to sons, built on hard work, pride, and respect for the sea. The people who work in this industry aren't outsiders or large faceless corporations. We're Louisiana families born and raised here doing honest work on the same waters our ancestors fished a century ago. But lately, our way of life has been under attack. There has been a flood of misinformation painting us as villains, claiming we harm the environment or wipe out sport fish. This couldn't be further from the truth. Independent scientific studies by LGL have proven that our fishery is clean and responsible. We take pride in that because at the end of the day, no one cares more about the Gulf than the men and families who depend on it. We want these waters to stay healthy for another 150 years so our kids and grandkids can have the same opportunities we did. Now with the proposal to shrink our fishing boundary from a half mile to a quarter mile, our livelihoods are again at risk if this does not pass. When the line was pushed farther out before, many hardworking families paid the price. Bringing it back to a quarter mile would help restore balance, protecting jobs while keeping our fishing operations safe and sustainable. I'm not a scientist or a politician. I'm a commercial fisherman who loves what he does and respects the resource that has given my family everything. The truth is simple. We are American fishermen, proud stewards of a sustainable science-backed fishery that support Louisiana families and communities year after year. My grandmother once told me a story that she had heard from my great-grandfather after he retired from the fishery. She asked him, "Do you ever think there will come a day where there will be no more fish?" He smiled at her with the kind of smile that comes from a lifetime spent on the water and replied, "No, I don't. I don't believe that day will ever come. There were fish for my father's entire life, there were fish for my entire life, and there have been fish for my sons, and there will be fish for generations to come, just as there has always been." Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the commission? Thank you very much for your testimony. Okay, next we have Kendra Arneson.
Good day, Commissioners. If there's more captains in the room, I'd do the same as Mr. Juristage and waive my time until later, if possible.
I don't know that we have any more cards.
Do we have any more cards for captains in the room?
Very good, very good, yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
perfect. Thank you. Good day, Commissioners. My name is Captain Kendra Arneson. I am a licensed captain, and I've been involved in the state and federal commercial fishing industry since before I was a teenager, currently operate in both state and federal. I've also been a community and fishery advocate for going on 18 years, and down in Plaquemines Parish, as you're all aware, Daybrook Fisheries employs at least a third of my community members. So those aren't just faceless people. I mean, to us, you know, when I go into our school and I volunteer, I'm volunteering for their kids, you know, and every time one thing since I've been a kid, I've watched over and over again, as I've watched some of these nonprofit groups go into coastal communities time and time again. And it's not just here in the Gulf, it's all over the entire United States. And in correlation with their entry into our coastal communities has come regulatory burdens upon our way of life. And essentially what's happened is it's actually weakened the strength of America's food security, not just our economic security, because as we continue to lose harvesters of the sea, we continue to lose the very thread that holds the fabric together of America's food safety net. Some people have said, well, this stuff goes overseas and it's contrary to the shrimpers' mission of having a great market and a good price, when in fact, as Francois said earlier, that's really not the case. There's been a lot of misinformation that has been used, not just in the effort to lessen the Menhaden fleet, but to continue to keep that buffer in place. And I've been watching it online by these nonprofit groups, and it's the same playbook. It's a page out of the same playbook that's been used multiple times in multiple coastal communities, where someone comes in and says, oh, well, you're affecting us because of your bycatch. And then the scientific data shows that that's not the case. So maybe at some point, if there's a problem with a game fish, maybe those that are targeting those fish might want to look in the mirror. You know, when we're taking a species out of the water that's never repopulated itself, and a great example was with the greater amberjack offshore. Before the recent changes, you know, you could catch a fish in the recreational sector that was under the actual viable size for reproduction. Every single redfish that is a slot fish that is taken out of the state of Louisiana has never reproduced. If we killed a deer that had never made a baby over and over again, and we just continue to take all of our deer out of the woods that never reproduced, eventually we wouldn't have any deer, or we'd have a stock problem. So maybe it's time we look at that part of this instead of continue to blame the commercial sector. Thank you.
Maybe 3 minutes, thank you. Okay, again, I want to point out again that applause and clapping, please keep that down so we can keep this meeting going orderly. Thank you very much. Okay, next we have Mitch Jurczyk. Yes, that's correct. We're close enough.
Close enough. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Mitch Jurczyk. I'm a third-generation oyster farmer from Plaquemines Parish from the Empire area. And being a third-generation oyster farmer, I lived my whole life basically on the water in the bayous. And these Menhaden boats have been around as long as I can remember. They used to be wooden boats back in the day. That's how long ago. But I'm here to tell you, I also represent Plaquemines Parish. I represent District 8, which is where, right, you know, in the area of Empire. The economic driver for the lower part of Plaquemines Parish, there's two economic drivers. One is the recreational fishermen, but the other is the commercial fishing side, along the coast. These people, you know, have been working with everyone. I guess, you know, I don't want to repeat what people have said because we try not to. But the one main thing is, when I look at Facebook, social media, I see cleaning tables with recreational fish stacked up, piles and piles. Each commercial fisherman, charter fishermen coming in, piling these fish up on these tables day in, day out. Another thing about the Menhaden industry, they have a season, which is closed now. The recreational fishermen, charter boats, they don't have a season. They fishing all year long. But they want to be greedy. And this is why I look at the greed. When you want to look at greed, greed lies on that side, not this side. Because they want it all. And if they could take more, they would take it. So I'm asking you to let these, and I think there's a pretty good compromise right here because they didn't go after everything. But moving back, a quarter mile is still a ways off the beach. Before the quarter mile, let's not forget, they were able to get right up on the beach. The quarter mile was the first thing that these fishermen had to face. And I don't think it was that bad. I think they can make a living in that quarter mile. And that's what I'm here asking you, make this, you know, vote yes for this. Because I think it's very important for these families that live amongst us in Empire, Plaquemines Parish. Stay there. I'm not going to repeat that because we already been said, but I can't say enough for the year-long jobs too. Just because the plant's closed, the fishing season's closed, we got workers in that plant, quite a few workers from right there, from the Empire, Buras, Lower Plaquemines area. So I just urge you to please consider this when you make this vote and vote favorable for this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions? None? Okay. Next, we have Charlie Kaplinger, CCA.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you for having me and letting me speak. and here we are again. Why are we here? We had a deal. I sat across the table from Francois a year ago, and we were there to make a deal, and we made a deal. Firstly, this department and y'all, the commission, was embarrassed enough to implement a 1-mile buffer across our coast. That never got enacted because the governor came in and said, that's too much. You're gonna have a 1/2 mile and y'all are gonna like it. And so we said, fine. That was not what we wanted, but we agreed to it. That was the deal. And now we're back again, rehashing all of this all over again. This has nothing to do with science. The department says this reduction in buffer zone has nothing to do with science. This is about money. This is clearly all about money. This group, this industry, and I'm not trying to run them out, contrary to what people are saying, I fish in Plaquemines Parish. Every job in Plaquemines Parish is important to me. That's the last thing I want. But we, the state, you, are giving this industry 1 billion fish a year. And here we are again, and the message today is, that's not enough. That's not enough. In addition to the billion fish, billion pounds, billion fish, 37 million pounds of bycatch are caught. Yes, it's below the 5% limit, but is 5% right? That's 50 million pounds. Just to put that in perspective, the 400,000 licensed recreational anglers in this state catch 6 million pounds of trout and redfish. This industry kills 37 million pounds of those fish, bycatch, turtles, rays, tarpon, porpoises, white trout, hardheads, shrimp. What is too much? They catch and kill 6 times the whole recreational catch of speckled trout and redfish. When we talk about numbers and we talk about volumes and fairness and we talk about jobs, 1/3 of this catch, this 300 million fish, comes from Mississippi, and they come into state waters and they catch Louisiana fish and they go home. Those people aren't docking in Louisiana. They aren't paying fuel in Louisiana.
We'll have you 3 minutes.
Okay, can I get one more quick comment, please?
Someone wants to get one more comment.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I will just say lastly, we talk about greed. This is not about greed. This is too much taking out of our estuaries. It's too much unfairness in this state. I plead, y'all are the sons of Louisiana. Y'all are the last kind of defense of our natural resources. I beg you to keep this buffer in place. This was a fair deal. It was a compromise. We weren't happy. They weren't happy. 1/2 mile buffer across the state. And actually, we should have much more protection for the east side, because the east side of the river, there is absolutely no protection. That is home to the most delicate estuary, the delicate coastal resources is the Breton Sound National Wildlife Refuge, the second oldest wildlife refuge in the country, and it has absolutely no protection, and even the new plan does not go down to Breton Island. So with that, please keep this 1/2 mile buffer in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? None? Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Okay, ransom pipes. Is ransom, okay. I'm gonna leave it here and then just, if he's outside, bring him in. Tedman P. Card.
I thank y'all very much. Right quick, I think I can see both sides. I'm a small business owner. I know what business means and the economics and everything of it and the recreational side of it. I think the main issue is keeping the bycatch out the nets. Not long ago, we had a packed house
about turtles. They got turtle excluded devices. There wasn't that much to incorporate them. Is there a way we can put like red excluded devices or something like that? If, I don't know how much that would cost, how much that would design or not, but if y'all need an engineer to help design it. But it's something to think about, that if we can keep them out the nets, then we don't have to worry about them getting in the nets. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, it was Tedman Picard. Okay, Keith Contrail. And then what I'm going to ask is maybe James Huff to come in and stand. That way we can kind of get people rolling in there a lot quicker. First we'll have Keith.
Good morning. Thank you. In keeping with my name, I'll try to aggravate everybody. As a fly fisherman who practices CPR, catch, photograph, and release, I would be okay, although that's not on the agenda, to reduce the redfish keep limit for recreational anglers. So so I'm aggravating a lot of people just with that. I'd be okay if you reduced it down to 2 or 1, but that's not going to happen. So I understand and I agree that recreational redfishers take a lot of redfish out. But we're here today to talk about whether the Manhattan fishing industry does damage to the redfish industry. If you want to take on recreational red fishing, do that. But that is a separate issue entirely, and shouldn't be a license for the Manhattan industry to damage the redfish populations. And as I've heard everything, I concede that the Manhattan fishing is not damaging the Manhattan supply. That if it's only 2 or 3%, I can concede that. But the issue is, if that was the issue, we wouldn't be talking about buffers. We'd be talking about quotas. And we're not talking about quotas. So let's concede that the Manhattan fish supply itself is fine. The issue is the bycatch. And it sounds to me, and from everything that I've heard prior to coming here today, that is a function of the bycatch kill is a function of the depth. And so the buffer zone probably should be kept. I am in favor of keeping the buffer zone as it is, because the previous expert has said that reducing the buffer zone would not change or increase the bycatch. He said per set, I believe was the phrase that he used. So he didn't say that it would not reduce the total bycatch. There's a reason why they want to come in closer to shore, and that's because there's a lot of Manhattan there. And we know that the redfish are predatory, and so they will follow the Manhattan. So you can't say, we're going to increase the area that you can fish and catch Manhattan, but don't expect that to result in an increase in the redfish bycatch. Of course it's going to happen. The excluded devices is something that I know is a good idea. I don't know what size it would be, but the Manhattan are like 2 or 3 inches, maybe 4 inches big. You don't need an excluded devices that will allow even a 5-pound redfish to enter into that chute, because that's a death chute. They talk about the chute as being a release. The release chute, it's a dumping chute, because most of the redfish that go down that chute are just going to the grave. They're like 86% perish. So that's what I would ask that y'all look at in the future is regulations. I understand that the person said that the industry is voluntarily working on that,
Sir, we
but it
have
shouldn't be
3
left.
minutes.
It shouldn't be left to
We
them.
have you
Y'all
3
should
minutes,
handle
thank
that.
you. No questions? Okay.
Thank you.
James Huff? We don't have James Huff. Okay, Ty Hibbs and Patrick Amity, could you come up right behind Ty, please?
Morning, Ty Hibbs, Southeast Louisiana, and I'll try to keep it as short and concise as possible. But I'm against the proposal as written. Being a fisherman from Port Sulphur, I don't really like seeing the buffer pushed in there. But one thing I want to comment on that, with that inside-outside line, I almost wonder if we could refine that line a little further, because I just know from when the original buffers were put in, that inside-outside line goes through Bastion Island right there, even with the half-mile buffer, parts of that. And then on the other side by the breaks, on the other side of Bastion Bay, is what we call the breaks right there, kind of cuts in through there. I mean, I know that's a high user group area as well as the area they fish a lot. So, you know, if we're all talking give and takes here, I'm almost wondering if it's worth redefining some of that line. One thing that, you know, we've heard talked about all these years, even when it was brought up to the Senate and all that stuff, talking about catch totals and attack and all that stuff in a quota. One thing I'd like to bring up is kind of doing the same thing in a better way, is bringing up like fish and vessel permits, however many fish and vessel permits they have now, either if that in the run boat, you know, some kind of limit on that or moratorium on permits past that, because if they're moving at full capacity as it is now and all the plants are running at full capacity, I know, you know, they don't want anybody else coming into their fishery to do what they do, and they would basically effectively create attack by having that vessel permit and limiting those vessel permits. And on the topic of the plants at full capacity, I just would like to get a, you know, a refined definition on what exactly all the data that goes into management of our menhaden stocks. You know, if the stock is managed at what these companies can produce at full capacity, then what can we do in the department to produce more data and be more scientifically accurate to figure out that number and, you know, just see exactly what the menhaden of Louisiana waters can handle, because 93% of their sets are in Louisiana waters. And I know LWF is limited on funds and personnel, but I do believe there's many organizations that can assist with funding or whatever the department needs. And me and my group that I've, you know, loved working with it at the American Saltwater Guide Association, we've always been a believer of let the biologists do what they do. If they need some kind of help in that way, you tell them what they need, not we tell them what, you know, we want to see. One other thing I'd like to note is, you know, some type of season shift, if there's anything that keeps them out of the spawning waters towards the latter half of the summer in certain areas. Also, the hose cages, I was wondering if we could standardize those across all the fleet to, you know, I know, I think at West Bank Fisheries, they've gone and changed some of their hose cages to exclude and add some more exclusion devices for bull reds and bigger fish like that. I wonder if we could see that standardized across. And then, as always, you know, thank you for your time. I appreciate everything the commission does for us.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Rhodes.
thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, Patrick, please
Yes, sir.
state y'all's names when y'all get in,
Sure.
please. And Michael Montabuno, is there, just come get in line, please, sir.
Thank you. My name's Pat Amity. I'm a resident of New Orleans. Have been all my life except for about 7 years where I attended college at LSU and law school at LSU. I also have a master's degree in environmental law from Tulane. I don't represent anybody here today except myself. My legal practice is one that I represent a lot of local government entities, and I go to Baton Rouge a lot, attend committee meetings, sometimes have to review legislation, have to review those types of things. And I can honestly tell you that there has been no industry or association or alliance that comes to the legislature and says, we think that you don't regulate us enough. Or we think the tax exemption that you gave us 5 years ago, we want to give it back. It's always another step. It's another bite at the elephant. From my perspective, I know we quantify the value of everything. Well, this industry is losing this much, and the guides have an interest in it. And, you know, there's tourism and there's hotels, motels in Plaquemines Parish. I want to tell you that for me, as a resident, I don't really know how to quantify it. The Sianopsis that creature that I like to catch in the marsh, I don't know, it lifts my soul. It does something for me that I can't put a value on. And I think I would say I represent the folks that go out there as just a private citizen. I pay my taxes too. I invested my business in Louisiana. I went to law school in Louisiana. I have probably, if you ask my wife, bought way too many boats and paid sales tax in Louisiana. It's part of why I love living here, quite frankly. And anything that you can do to preserve the species, in my view, would be what, if I was in your shoes, that's what I would be interested in doing. I want to applaud Representative Ogeron and Senator Fazy from Lafourche Parish. I'm lucky enough to represent a couple of political subdivisions there, and I know these men, and I know the work that they do. I know that an agreement was made, and I think, you know, I wouldn't want to cross a legislator, quite frankly, after I agreed to something in Baton Rouge, and I think that the industry needs to be aware of that. My interest here, though, is not, you know, for anybody else in this room but myself, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
3 minutes, thank you. Okay, Jim McDowell, you can come up and get in line also. Please state your name.
Good morning, Mike Montabeno. I am here for myself. I am a CCA member, but today I'm speaking for myself. I did not plan on speaking until I sat outside for about an hour and a half. I couldn't make it into the meeting. We've been watching it on video outside. There's probably about 50 people. It's dwindled down to about 10 people, in case you guys are wondering. When I drove over here, I looked around at a bunch of license plates. Everybody's license plate in Louisiana says this is a sportsman's paradise. This is not a pogie paradise, even though the pogie industry seems to think it is. This is the only place that they are catching pogies, is Louisiana. They're not fishing these other states in the Gulf Coast. Why are they fishing in new places they've never fished before? That's a good question that we need to be asking. I fish out of Terrebonne Parish. I duck hunt out of Vermilion Parish. I've never seen pogie boats in Terrebonne Parish until the last 2 years. Why are they fishing in areas that they've never fished before? It's because they're depleting the resource in other places. They're having to stretch it out further. They're having to create more effort. Well, if they're creating more effort to catch their fish, we're also having, and when I say we, I'm talking about recreational fishermen. We are having to increase our effort as well. The fish are not there. Where are they going? They're going to bycatch from these pogie boats. You've heard the numbers, and I'm sure it's been talked about. I couldn't hear very well as I was watching on our phone outside. But the bycatch numbers are absolutely out of hand. I believe a lady came up here earlier and told us that we need to look in the mirror, and when she's speaking that, she's speaking to recreational fishermen. Says we need to look in the mirror. We're greedy. I don't believe that at all. We are people who enjoy the resource of Louisiana. This commission's charter is to preserve the resource. It is not to preserve the economic health of a certain industry. So I urge you to please deny this change in the buffer zone, keep it where it is, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions? None? Okay. Did Hughes, Andre come up also? Mr. Jim, you can pronounce your name and.
Good morning, my name is Jim McDowell, resident here in Baton Rouge. I have fished out of Venice for 30+ years. I'll be short and sweet. I vehemently oppose this reduction. They've had a harder time, but they've had, so does everybody else. Fishing's not always green, right? We don't go back and catch limits every single day. This, deal that we had made was, caused and, not exactly what was said before, was what was negotiated, agreed upon, whether people liked it or not, and to come back all of a sudden and say, now we want to make a change is not right. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Chris Gonthier, if you can come up in line also.
Good morning.
Please,
afternoon, I guess we're getting into.
Please pronounce, give us your name, please.
My name is Hughes Andry, and I'm president of Sportco Marketing. We're a sales and marketing agency that represents manufacturers in the fishing and hunting industry. I'm originally from Southeast Louisiana. Started my career in the early 90s at a tackle store down in Metairie called Pugalo Sporting Goods that you guys may know of, and have stayed in the industry despite coming from a family of bankers and lawyers that wanted me to go be a banker or a lawyer. So I sell fishing tackle for a living. And I can tell you that the recreational community is very, very concerned with what they see. The bycatch numbers that have come back are staggering. I know that it's science, and there seems to be some different ways that folks are looking at that as to what the reality of it is. But I do know this: the tackle stores that we service, that we call on from South Louisiana, Texas, and all the way up into the territories that we cover in the upper Midwest United States, they all know Louisiana fishery. They all have come down here and they've fished in the sportsman's paradise, and they're all very aware of what is seen as a big problem with the menhaden fishery in Louisiana coastal waters. I think it's polarizing that we're one of the only states in the country that still allows that to happen. And there's a lot of regulation changes that are occurring in Virginia as well. I also sit on the Government Affairs Committee. Actually, I chair the Government Affairs Committee for ASA, the American Sport Fishing Association. That's our trade organization for fishing tackle business. And I know that a sign-on letter went out a week or so ago, and I think it's compelling that we had almost 200 companies sign on in agreement that they don't want to see this buffer go back down to a quarter mile. Now that's companies from California to Florida and everywhere in between. So there's a lot of visibility with what's going on here and the decisions that are getting ready to be made. Questions?
I got a question. Do you sell a hook without a barb on it?
No, I do not. I don't represent, most of the lines that we represent are in the rod and reel categories. So they're out there, they exist.
Okay, because I fish Canada and we're not allowed to fish with a hook with a barb on it. And why in Louisiana we keep using barbs to damage fish?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that I'm the one qualified to answer that question for you. That's probably more from a science perspective.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions?
I just have an observation.
An observation?
Yeah, as a lawyer that majored in finance, as an attorney that majored in finance and banking, you made a good life choice.
I feel as though as well. And most of my family looks at the fun I get to have by and large doing what I do, and they would agree with that. So, Mr. Chairman, and the balance, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, David Alfonso, you can come up in line also, please.
My name is Chris Gontier. I'm a native of Louisiana. I've been off sometimes because I pastor churches, but I'm back in, my son wanted to be here, but he has to work. My grandson wanted to be here. He's at school. Sometimes on these issues like this, I would love to see him at a different time where a meeting could be where it could actually hear the true representation of the people's concerns. Something was mentioned earlier before we were run out of here, those of us that didn't have a seat, not to repeat what somebody else says, and I understand for time's sake, but it's also important to know that there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people that are upset about the same issues. I just want to make that known. The reason I'm here is the bycatch, and I understand this buffer zone helps. You decrease the buffer zone, you're going to catch more unintended. I understand conservation, but we used to keep a big one. So we have our grandchildren go fishing with us, and we catch a big fish, but we got to throw it back because that lifetime memory, they can't even keep one. And so as these regulations become more and more restrictive on the recreational fishermen, it's a problem. Now, I'm not against pogie fishermen. I've got 10 traps right now, recreation, sitting in Lake Maurepas with pogies in it, okay? That's not the issue. It's about balance. It's about balance. I do want to address an issue that I'm very upset about. This is the Louisiana Open Meetings Law. No person shall be denied the right to observe the deliberations of public bodies and examine public documents except in cases established by law. Poor planning doesn't constitute an emergency on my part. Those of us, I couldn't even watch it for a while because my phone, I had issues. And so I don't know what was said, and that's a violation. I have issues with that. I think better planning, you knew there was going to be public outcry, and you knew there was going to be larger people. You should have had accommodations. Thank you.
Okay, would you care to comment on that? Nope, okay. Thank you. Okay, who we have up next?
I'm David Alfonso.
David Alfonso, okay. Stephen Babcock, can you come get in line, please?
Hi, I'm David Alfonso. I'm a charter captain out of St. Bernard Parish. I hold the secretary board member with the Louisiana Charter Boat Association. Recently just got a seat on the Finfish Task Force. And while technically I don't hold a voice or represent anyone in St. Bernard Parish, I feel like I'm here to help speak for them as well. So I'm not trying to get anybody to lose their job or push any kind of industry out. The numbers and the science is out there for both sides. Yes, there's a lot of fish being killed. Yes, a lot of jobs are on the line. But that's also the case for just about every other industry here. So, for example, the Charter Boat Association, we have 900 to 1,000 charter captains licensed in the state. That's just one group alone, and if we want to talk about job comparisons, that's 900 to 1,000 families where their livelihoods are also affected by reducing this buffer zone. So over the years, I may have a personal opinion about the Menhaden boats. I'm a very conservationist type of person. I participated in a TAG Louisiana program a lot. I actually helped run the TAG program after it left the department and went over to CCA and had a little transition right there. And I'm all about tagging and releasing and keeping fish in the water. But one thing that I've noticed over the years, over the last couple of years, is that, like some have mentioned, the Menhaden boats have been coming in. So I have not really seen the Menhaden boats so much as I have in the last couple of years. I would get upset when I would ride down a shoreline and there would be floating big drum, floating big redfish. I'd actually report it to the department and, hey, there's a fish kill in the area, and biologists would respond, but the next day it would be quite apparent why there was a fish kill in the area. There was pogie boats in the area. And again, I don't want the pogie boats to stop what they're doing. However, we do oppose any kind of reduction in the buffer zone as they get closer and closer into the estuary, as they get closer and closer into the shallow marsh. It really affects not just the Menhaden, but it affects all the fish that they're catching. It affects the shallow waters, the coastal erosion. So you have larger vessels in shallower water. You have larger nets in shallower water.
Mr. Alfonso, it's you 3 minutes.
Okay.
So
One other thing, I will say that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Appreciate it. Okay, Mr. Babcock. Ben Graham, you can come up, please.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner or Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to visit with you today. I'm here to oppose the 1/2 mile buffer NOI. Last year was a hard-fought battle, and it was a backroom battle. It was a public battle, but it was hard-fought nevertheless. And we reached a compromise for 3 reasons. We wanted to reduce fish spills, we wanted to protect the surf zone, and we wanted to cut bycatch of redfish and speckled trout. All of those things happened. All of those things happened. So why are we here? Want to go back to the way it was? Do we want more fish spills? Earlier, you heard a scientist get up here and, there's a lot of wordsmithing today. When LGL was up here today, they would not tell you that this would increase bycatch or that it would decrease bycatch by going to a quarter mile. They did some wordsmithing in there. And what they said was on a per catch basis, it wouldn't change. If you dig into that, what does that mean? That means that the ratio of menhaden to bycatch on a per set basis may not change. But he refused, despite being asked twice, to say whether or not the total bycatch would increase, because he knew it would. Ratio might remain the same, total bycatch is going to go up. Why? Because this industry wants the total catch to go up. Ratio stays the same, total catch goes up. What does that mean? More bycatch. And when presented with a question on whether or not this would impact the bycatch, they waffled based on the science that I've read. And they also minimize the recreational aspect of this. The menhaden industry, according to the 2024 Observer Studies, caught 240,000 speckled trout. That's 16,000 recreational limits. They caught 7,500 redfish. Or no, 7,500 recreational limits of redfish. 30,142 redfish. There's been some talk about the stock sufficiency. The menhaden stock is not under any harm. This buffer zone has nothing to do with stock sufficiency. This is about mitigating location-based risk. Yeah, it's only 2% maybe that they catch. Move offshore and catch some more. Come in closer, you're going to increase the bycatch. Why are we the only state that allows this? Why does every other Gulf state have either complete prohibition on this practice or a 1 mile buffer? Why is the fight here?
Mr. Babcock, you have your 3 minutes, sir.
The reason it's here is because the first 1/3 of this testimony from
Thank you for
the
your
company was
comments.
based on how much money they were making. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? None. Okay,
Hey guys, how y'all doing today?
John Morello, please come up. And
My name is Ben Graham. I am the chairman of the Finfish Task Force here at Wildlife and Fisheries, but I'm here today representing myself. I'm a coastal angler. I have a son who's eat up with fishing, and we try to fish every chance we get. But I'm like Mr. Walker. I'm in a real estate business, so I got to work a lot. But anyhow, here I am today. We're up here talking about this thing. One question that popped into my mind is why now? We don't know how their season was this year, and we don't know if they had a good season, they had a bad season. Why do they need to have a change before they really know what the end of the season looks like and what those numbers look like? That number just popped in my head. Why do we want to change a regulation without really knowing that answer? Kind of like what he was saying about the LGL study. I've listened to that thing 3 times. It's a lot of data. I'm not a scientist. But I did hear someone from there at least twice say yes. As you go in closer, the bycatch would go up. Or at least it definitely would not go down. We know that for sure. But one of the things that we keep talking about is water depth and how they have to go right to the beach to catch the fish. I would point out, I started digging through just random data that I could find in the early 2000s, and I think it was the 2000 CDAR document, which was the managing document for the menhaden fishery. At that time, and I would encourage you all to go read this, I could send it to you, 75 to 80% of their total catch came from outside of 1 mile. Outside of 1 mile. Now they're going to tell you they can't make a living if they can't fish inside of a half a mile. So why do you think that's changed? One of them, Mr. Landry pointed out, the boats on the East Coast can't come here because they draft too much water, they fish too deep. They fish deeper there. Why can't you not fish deeper here? I think this was put in place for a reason. I think to come back and nitpick bits and pieces of it for the benefit of a couple of people is interesting. The other thing that kind of hit me the other day, I'm not a charter fisherman. I can't do that. I'm too old, I'm too lazy. You got 1,000 of those guys that make their living. Every one of them is a small business. Every one of them goes to the marina every morning, spends too much money on live baits, take people like me fishing who don't know how to fish. Leave the buffer in place, guys. It's the right thing to do 100%. Thank y'all so much for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments. Any questions? David Iverson, and then if Caroline Romer can come up also in line.
Yes, my name is David Iverson. I just got a little bit of quick history. I got my first boat in 1969, big enough to fish offshore, and I became an avid offshore fisherman. I got into it really deep, and then just every chance I got to spend the night in the tent on Last Island, south of Dulac. And we'd spend the weekend and fish all weekend. But in 1995, I got my captain's license, and I started guiding. And I became a professional guide. And I've watched, through those years, I could run down the beach and run through schools of mullet that you just couldn't see the end of. Schools of pogies just everywhere. That's not there anymore. They can give us the numbers they want to, but that's not there. We still got a lot of pogies, still got some mullet, but it's nowhere near the numbers we had. Okay, that's got to be because of the pressure. We've lost a lot of land too. Don't get me wrong. I understand that. I've been a witness to it. It makes you want to cry when you see how much land's gone. But what I'm saying is we've got to address this thing. We need to protect the species, the fish. And I've watched them bring those nets in. They'll tell you that they don't put the nets in any shallow and the mother boat can go in. That's bull. I watched them drop nets where I was reading 4 or 5 feet of water under me and watched them drop nets right by me. My customers would fall out with the reds because it killed us. They wouldn't drop them on top of us, but if they drop them 75 yards over there, start running the net boats around, put out a set, my fish are gone, okay? I used to guarantee people 20 fish or no gas. And no, they wouldn't pay for nothing but the gas. That's how I got my winter business going. I can't guarantee 10 fish right now. And that's what's happened to the fishery. But also, we need respect between us. They got to understand we're commercial fishermen too. They look at us as sports. Those are just sports. We can ignore them. We're out there trying to earn a living. Like I say, there's 1,000 registered people in South Louisiana that are earning their living off of that. Their families and everything else. Anyway, we got to get more respect between the two of us. I'm against doing anything with the buffer zone. I don't think a half mile is enough, but let's at least keep the half mile there. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, can we get Brad Fife in line also? And then Richard Fisher after that?
Good morning. My name is Caroline Romer. I am not a commercial fisherman. I am a recreational fisherman. I am a native of Louisiana. I have fished my whole life, and I am not a scientist either. Someone said that earlier. I know nothing about buffer zones or the gear that's used, but I do know politics, and I do know that politics often is about compromises and problem solving, and it sounds like there was compromises made less than a year ago that set these buffer zones up, and my ask would be that you let it work. Let the data speak for itself, and I don't think that happens in just a year. I think that Louisiana is historically a place that people have come for our resources, whether that's been the chemical industry, the oil and gas industry, timber industry, fishing industry. We are one of the greatest states, I believe, in the United States for those resources. We should be the #1 state in the country for everything. Instead, we're at the bottom of all the lists you don't want to be at the bottom at. Two things can be true at the same time. I fully support limits on recreational fishing. Nothing makes me more upset than when I open my Facebook page and see somebody with their 30 fish. I can eat maybe 1, 2 speckled trout. That's all I want. I don't even eat the redfish. I just like to catch them, I kiss them, and I let them go. I'm here today because I want my children to stay here. I want them to enjoy fishing. I want them to be able to catch fish. And at the same time, I want people to be able to make a living. It's what makes this state great. So two things can be true at once. If we need to limit recreational catch, great, keep doing it, but maybe that should be the case on the commercial side too. Maybe the buffer zone doesn't work. Maybe you need to limit how much they can put in their boats. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions?
Got an announcement.
Okay.
Somebody in a gray Ford pickup registered to St. Mary's Seafood is blocking someone in the parking lot. If you could go move your vehicle, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I guess we don't have Brad Fife, so Richard Fisher, and if Curtis Marcello would come up, and Ron Begno. Okay, Mr. Fisher.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Richard Fisher, CEO of the Louisiana Charter Boat Association, representing the 1,033 currently licensed Louisiana charter fishing captains. Want to thank all the Louisiana charter fishing captains that are here, and you'd see a lot more if it wasn't one of the busiest fishing weeks of the year going on right now. The Louisiana Charter Boat Association strongly disagrees with this NOI. We talked ad nauseum earlier about the deal that we had. You know, of course, we weren't a big fan of the deal, but we accepted it. We abided by it, you know, kept our mouth shut publicly, at least, about it. And you know, now it's coming back up, and that's just very unfortunate. Many others have already repeated that. On the bycatch study, this has been touched on, but I'll touch on it a little bit more. This is what it showed. 146 million dead non-target fish. That's 30,000 redfish, 240,000 speckled trout, 81 million croaker, 25 million white trout, 12 million spot, all killed in greater proportions inside of 22 feet of depth. 100% of the proposed new available areas that would come with this NOI would be within 22 feet of depth. Really got to thank Rep. Ogeron as well as Mr. Babcock, who came up earlier, for explaining way better than I could the bell curve regarding the expected escalating bull red bycatch every foot you get less than 22. And remember, no bull reds are getting killed anymore by private recreational anglers. Decreased landings, not a basis to reduce the buffer. Industry caught the same amount of menhaden in 24 as they did in 21. LDWF's data shows that. It also shows that it's been on a steady decline for the last 10 years. 2024 was within those trends. It had nothing to do with the buffer. Revenue, not a basis to reduce the buffer. The value per menhaden harvested is the highest it's been in a 10-year period, including double what it was in 21. This sheet from LDWF, I didn't bring this, I got this from LDWF today, shows that in 2024, with the buffer in place, industry brought in more export money than 2015, 2017, 2018, 2020, 2021, and 2022. That's with the half-mile buffer in place. So somebody would have to explain to me how the industry is getting hurt financially and being hurt financially by the buffer. Look, let's talk about the economic impact to recreational fishing in Louisiana, charter fishing now. Recreational fishing in Louisiana, last I've seen, $3.7 billion with a B economic impact on the state. That dwarfs what the menhaden industry is bringing in, despite recreational fishing giving up those bull reds and taking a haircut on redfish and trout. Louisiana charter fishing industry, been through a lot: hurricanes, oil spills, salinity,
Fisher.
viruses.
Mr. Fisher,
Pardon?
thank you for your comments. Your 3 minutes.
Okay.
I appreciate your comments. Thank you. Ron Bagno? I'm sorry, but you be
Good morning.
against Mr. Curtis. Rick Owens, can you come up?
Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for being here this morning and for having us. My name is Ron Bagno. I'm a charter captain here in Louisiana, full-time guide, and I'm here representing myself and myself only. You know, when recently the menhaden industry ran a little paid propaganda piece at NOLA.com and The Advocate, and they talked about their industry bringing in $400-something million to our state. That number is cute. Recreational fishing directly contributes, as was just mentioned, billions of dollars to our state economy directly, and even more when you look at ancillary spending. My guide service, 98% of my business is from out of state. These are people coming into Louisiana, spending money with me, spending money on accommodations at hotels. Because of where I fish, most of my clients are staying at locally owned hotels or renting camps and places from local people. They're not staying at chain hotels and motels. Many of my customers also add days to their trip to go do some tourism in New Orleans. But I have people coming from all over, from Alaska, which is a bucket list fishing destination, but they want to travel to Louisiana to enjoy our incredible fishery. I have people that come from Colorado, the Virginias, Florida, Texas, all over the country, because they know how special what we have is. In fact, I think the only people that don't understand how special our fishery is are people here in Louisiana, because we continue to shoot ourselves in the foot. Earlier, the lady with the menhaden industry mentioned that recreational anglers need to take our part of it too. Well, we did. In this room, recreational anglers and charter captains encouraged your predecessors to lower redfish limits to where they are now. In fact, a lot of us actually were encouraging them to lower them more than they were. You know, and as far as the impact, I mentioned all these people that come to fish with me to enjoy our fishery. My guide service is 100% catch and release, but people from other states understand what is so special about Louisiana, the opportunity to fish for these big, beautiful fish in shallow water, to see them before you catch them, and that alone is thrill enough to spend huge amounts of money to come and do it. And we seem to not have an appreciation for that here in our own state. When I was looking earlier at the new proposed buffer zone, and I saw that they're proposing 1/4 mile from Point au Fer to Grand Caillou, that was terrifying to me, because that stretch, I see more schools of spawning redfish in late summer along that stretch that are going to be impacted by that buffer zone coming in closer. There's no way that decrease in buffer zone is not going to impact bull redfish or the spawning bull redfish. You know, mainly I just want to implore you, please do not decrease the buffer zone. Keep it at a 1/2 mile or even further if you could. And this isn't anything against the menhaden industry. It's simply wanting to preserve what we have as a fishery and what's so special about it.
Thank you for your comments. Keith Bazron, can you get in line? Go ahead, Mr. Marcello.
Thank you. My name's Curtis Marcello. I reside in Houma, Louisiana. I've lived here all my life, fished here all my life. I'm 71 years old, and I fished this area, and I've fished it and seen the menhaden industry destruction, from the redfish kills washing onto our beaches to the loss of tarpon, speckled trout, and redfish habitat. The Louisiana Department of Wildlife and Fisheries was created to protect, conserve, and replenish our natural resources, not to enable their destruction. The menhaden industry claims science-backed conservation and boasts of new cutting-edge nets that reduce spills, but fewer spills mean more fish are killed and not escape. Hardly conservation. The idea that killing more efficiently equals sustainability is absurd. Last year, sport fishermen agreed, and now they come back and they don't want to agree upon what they agreed upon. They won't hold their word. They're running over everybody fishing out there. Go to tarpon grounds. You can see them fishing over the tarpon grounds when they know they're tarpon fishing in there. Bycatch study, 240 million speckled trout, 80 million croaker, 25 million white trout, 30,000 redfish. Now you got to understand too, these redfish are being spotted by their spotter planes. They know when they're redfish under their school, they're gonna go to another school. So it was biased as far as I'm concerned. Look at the numbers, billions of dollars in sales for recreational fishing, 7,400 jobs in this state, 67 million in federal taxes. Menhaden industry produces less than half of this. Why? Why are we coming back not basing our decisions on scientific information from our biologists? We just completely ignore them. Last time it came up, y'all didn't even discuss it. It was a mile and y'all gave them a 1/2 mile and we got 0 redfish. Boy, is that a deal for a fisherman in Louisiana. Once abundant species, Spanish mackerel, king mackerel, croaker are now scarce. Charter captains struggle to find croaker. When's the last time anyone's seen a mackerel boat around out of Empire? They're not there anymore. Fish are gone. Fish's duty is clear: protect, conserve, and replenish Louisiana's natural resources. That's not being done. It's pitiful. Also, I was able to find out, and I didn't realize that menhaden are a key ingredient in alligator food. Commissioners on alligator business stand to benefit directly from reduction of the Manhattan feed costs and should recuse themselves from voting on this notice due to clear conflict of interest. At this point, one must ask, are commissioners preserving our resources for future generations or reducing feed costs for the alligator farms? Thank you very much. Very disappointing.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions? Okay, Keith Bazeron's behind. Nolan Reinerson.
Thank you, Commissioners. Rick Owens, Louisiana Wildlife Federation. I'm here today representing 11,000 Louisiana sportsmen and conservationists, as well as 23 state affiliates. The Federation's current position, as it was in 2024, was a 1 mile coast-wide buffer with the enhanced buffer zones in areas that had direct user conflict issues. The compromise that we've heard so much about, that was decided on last year, was not what we would have agreed to, but ultimately we decided that was in the best interest of everybody involved. Like most compromises, nobody left that conversation happy about what they got, and that's generally reflective of what a good compromise turns out to be. In that time, we've seen more data, more information, and it seems to have only polarized this issue more so than it was last year. I feel like bringing this NOI forward based off of that polarization has no real opportunity to be successful in one direction or the other than trying to maintain what we currently have as a successful compromise. Again, this compromise is new. This compromise has not had the opportunity to have time to be studied and see what the positives and negatives of this compromise are. The Federation appreciates the map that the department has drawn. We absolutely see a need to add buffer zones to critical habitat areas like the Chandler Islands, Breton Sound. The current enhanced buffer zones that we have are specific to user conflict areas only, Grand Isle, Holly Beach. These areas were not buffer zones for habitat issues. These buffer zones were put in for direct user conflict issues. And since that time, we've recognized there are other areas in the state that could use enhanced buffer zone protections based off the critical nature of the habitat. And I think we see that reflective in this map that the industry contributed to information on with the island protections, as well as other areas that could be properly enhanced. So again, our position is 1 mile statewide, but in the spirit of compromise, we will continue to support the original half-mile compromise that we agreed upon last year, in the spirit of moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions? Okay, Mr. Bazeron. And Keith Guidry, if you could get up in line also.
Hello, how y'all doing today?
Good.
I am Keith Bazeron, a charter guide out of Grand Isle. I am responsible for taking hundreds of pictures of dead bull reds on the beach. I rode to the Grand Terre the next day and took 50 more pictures. These bull reds are all decomposing at the same rate. So I know exactly what happened. They died at the same time. They were all from pogie boats being directly off of the beach. Grand Isle has a 3 mile buffer zone, and Grand Terre has a 1 mile buffer zone. And we still witnessed hundreds of bull reds die and wash up on the beach. That's not counting the ones that probably got eaten by sharks or whatever. So if you lessen the buffer zone any, it's already at 3 miles in Grand Isle and we're getting that. I know what I'm gonna invest in is a drone and start flying over these boats and getting pictures, because it's very evident that if you lessen it less than a half a mile, there's going to be a dramatic number of bull reds floating up on every beach It's just common sense. I'm not a biologist, but I'm a charter guide. I'm out there a lot, and they got a bunch of them in here today. These people that fish every day are seeing the destruction. When you drop a 15-foot net in 5 feet of water or more, you are encompassing every living organism in that water. And honestly, I don't think anything can live breathing that slimy water from a pokey fish. Because when I throw a cast net and catch 200, I gotta wash my boat because it stinks and it's slimy. And them fish are breathing that in the whole time they're sitting in the net, waiting to be released after they vacuum their fish out. We have been regulated, no bull reds, and you can't have more than 2 trout over 20 inches per person. Charter captains can't even have a limit, and we down to 15 trout.
Mr. Badger, your 3 minutes is up. Thank you.
So we're gonna leave it up to y'all to regulate them.
Appreciate your comments. Thank you. Okay, Nolan, Keith Guidry, can you get up? and line up? Okay, good, perfect, good. And Ryan Page can come behind. Go ahead,
Good
sir.
morning still. My name is Nolan Renderson. I'm a lifetime hunting and fishing license holder here in Louisiana. I'm against reducing the buffer zone. The bycatch study states the exclusion zone was put in place to minimize potential for bycatch. Fisheries bycatch is defined as the incidental capture of non-target species, and that can contribute to the decline of vulnerable and protected species. In addition to the menhaden 150 million retained fish, the study also estimates that in 2024, 1,400 protected sea life and birds were caught in menhaden nets. 571 brown pelicans, 487 laughing seagulls, 226 double-crested cormorants, 70 Kemp Ridley sea turtles, 60 giant manta rays, 30 loggerhead sea turtles, an unknown number of bottlenose dolphin. That's what the study says, an unknown number. One devil ray, which is a threatened species, was caught during observation and released dead. An estimated 60 seagulls entered the retained bycatch during the 2024 season. We have to assume those federally protected birds were ground up and made into fish meal and fish oil. If you or I were to do that, we'd face fines, imprisonment, forfeiture of equipment, and civil restitution. It's irresponsible at best. Regarding the non-federal protected species, this is what made it through the hose cages: 16-inch pompano, 24-inch triple tail, 27-inch gaff top, 38-inch black drum, 43-inch red drum, 44-inch jack crevalle, and a 5'3" shark. That's through the excluder cages. The average length that made it into the chute bycatch, average of all the stuff that made it in, was 26.6 inches. The fish that made it through the hose cage and the excluder grade: 24-inch Spanish mackerel, 35-inch black drum, 45-inch black tip sharp, 38-inch red drum. Of the over 8,000 redfish that made it into the boat's hull through both excluder devices, the smallest they observed was 34 inches. This made it through both of their protections. If a 3 or 4 foot fish is making it through 2 excluder devices, this is not incidental capture when the target species is 5 inches. This has to be addressed in order for the department and this commission
Thank you
to
for
make
your
a.
comments, sir. Your 3 minutes are here. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Keith Guidry.
First off, thank y'all very much.
Glenn
Thanks,
Cormier,
everybody.
can you get up and
I
line,
hope today the fix is not in before 500 people took off of work to come here. I even put my teeth in my mouth to make sure that I would be presentable to y'all. I know that every one of you up there are great gentlemen, and I'm sure you admire fishermen, and we have an industry that we want to try to keep because it helps the community. But we can't neglect the fact that God cursed us with a muddy Mississippi, but he blessed us with the richest fishing resources in the continental USA. We have that. We don't want to lose it. I believe there needs to be some monitoring. Every boat should be monitored. The amount we take out should be, we should know how much pogies are leaving our waters because pogies fish bait, okay? Pogie is bait, a crawfish, a shrimp, a crab, but I love to speck fish, okay? And I've been fishing behind where the pogie boats are, and I've seen the devastation. I've seen it along the banks when I go bank fishing in Holly Beach, okay? I've seen it everywhere. Everybody else has seen it. You heard the bycatch, okay? It's y'all's job to make the right decision. I think where it is now is safe, and we could work together. I would prefer it to be at a 1 mile range. I don't want to go that fight, but if we have to, then we have to. But I think if we keep it at the half mile, we can sustain recreational fishing along with the pogie boats. I can't think of any other solution except to extend them out because the worst thing would be to let them get closer. Because I know I fished enough that the closer you get to land, the more species you have. So in my opinion, it would be best to keep it at the half mile or put it back at the mile. And I don't know if these gentlemen have the ability to call their catch before they haul it in the boat and kill anything. I don't know if there's something that could be animated, whereas they could call fish out before they put it in a cylinder and it ends up killing the fish. If that could be a solution that they could start working on, then I think it would be better for both parties. But again, thank you all very much. Okay?
Thank you for your comments. Okay, Ryan Page and Glenn and Kyle Hendricks, you get in line also?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Ryan Page, and I'm here representing CCA Louisiana and our 25,000 members across the state of Louisiana. I'm also representing the Houma Terrebonne Chamber of Commerce, whose advocacy board recently drafted a unanimous letter in favor of strengthening these coastal protections around Terrebonne Parish. I'm from Houma, Louisiana, and I grew up fishing south of Terrebonne Parish for the last 10 years. For the last 10 years, I've worked in the insurance industry, where my entire job has been avoiding catastrophic outcomes for my clients and the companies I represent. For the past 2 years, I served as the Human Resources and Risk Management Director for Terrebonne Parish Consolidated Government, and I'm no longer in that role because I was offered to work for CCA, an organization that I passionately volunteered for the last 10 years. I care about this issue so deeply that I left my hometown and moved my family to Baton Rouge to fight for Louisiana's coastal issues full-time, just like this one. So let me speak to you as someone who understands risk. Any reduction to the current Mendenhall buffer zones represents a catastrophic risk management failure. And here's why. On behalf of Louisiana, you funded a $1 million LGL study to specifically understand bycatch impacts. The study gave us clear scientific evidence that these buffer zones work, and the buffer zones the bycatch dramatically decreases the further you are from the coast. Now let me tell you something about the industry making these requests. There used to be a Mendenhall plant in Dulac, Louisiana, near my hometown, and it was closed with no announcement, no transition assistance, no explanation. The same happened in Morgan City and Cameron. Over 4 decades, this industry has consolidated from 11 Gulf processing plants down to 3, eliminating thousands of Louisiana jobs. It's not because of regulations, but this was to increase their profits or consolidate. When they closed the Cameron in 2014, after 50 years of operation, they explicitly said it was to reduce maintenance-related capital expenditures. They abandoned Louisiana communities when no longer fit their bottom line, and now they're asking you to weaken these protections on our fisheries. If you've ever fished around our barrier islands, you know there's a very gradual decrease in water depth as you move away from the beach. The science tells us these buffer zones need to be extended a mile or more, extended over a mile from any island remnant or any island to be effective. A quarter mile, even a half mile, is entirely too close to these shallow sanctuaries that we, Louisiana taxpayers, are spending millions of dollars to preserve. Commissioners, in risk management, there's a principle that you don't ignore your own data. You don't commission $1 million study and then reject its findings because an industry lobbyist apply pressure. That's not risk management. That's pure negligence. Look at our neighbors. Texas, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi all have stronger protections than Louisiana. Are we really going to be the state that protects its fisheries the least? The state that ignores its own science? Every reduction to these buffer zones increases the risk of ecosystem collapse. It increases bycatch of our most valuable recreational species. It undermines the massive investments that you've made in coastal restoration.
3 minutes. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Mr. Cormier and Rudy Valenciano can get in line.
Greetings, Commission members. My name is Glenn Cormier. I'm from Coteau, Louisiana, and I'm Conservation Director for Fly Fishers International. And like Representative Orgeron, I'm from the Bayou and have a degree in physics. So imagine my shock when I heard some of the science that came from the Menhaden folks earlier. Menhaden is overrated as a forage species? Oh my God, who are these scientists? Bigfoot experts? I mean, look, I'm gonna tell y'all a little fishing story. 30 years ago, my buddy CJ and I, we used to go offshore 2-3 miles, maybe a little further, and fish for kingfish, king mackerel on fly rod. Now, hooking a kingfish on fly rod is like hooking a Corvette that jumps. I mean, it's exhilarating. Try going for king mackerel today. You're not gonna find them out there. They're going pecan. So all the rafts of pogies that used to be out there that those kings used to feed on. So what's happened to them? Well, I believe it was overharvesting of the pogie population. And you have to ask yourself this question. If the pogies were so prominent back then offshore, why do the Menhaden folks keep wanting to come in closer and closer? Well, if you look at the charts, and they're on the Wildlife and Fisheries site if you ever want to see them, back then in the 90s and all that, the harvest was like this. And then the late 90s and early 2000s, it went up significantly. And I believe we're over-harvesting our pogie population right now. We need not only to keep the buffer we have out, and personally, I think it needs to be further out, but we also need to have a quota on the harvest. 13 other states manage from Menhaden. Every one of them has a buffer and a quota. Louisiana does not have but just a buffer. And right now we're looking at basically eliminating it. If you ask me, 1/4 mile, that's nothing. I hope the commission will do the right thing and decline this NOI. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you for your comments. Chris Macaluso, can you get in line?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name's Kyle Hendricks, and I'm a charter captain out of Venice. I'll keep it short and sweet for y'all and just go over some simple facts. In 2021, 1.2 million anglers spent $1.7 billion while fishing in Louisiana alone. Also, recreational fishing supported 17,000 jobs, while the foreign menhaden industry only drove $419 million in annual economic impact and only supported 2,000 jobs, both directly and indirectly. Furthermore, recreational anglers contributed $263 million in 2022 for state and local taxes, while the menhaden industry only contributed $25 million. Considering these simple facts, as well as the fact that the foreign menhaden industry caught 145 million individual fish unintentionally, and 3 billion menhaden in 2024, which are one of the most important forage fish for all of our game fish and everything else. If this buffer zone reduction goes into effect, it will hurt every small business, marina, and communities that depend on healthy fisheries and thriving coastal tourism. The numbers speak for themselves. Recreational fishing drives far more greater economic impact, supports exponentially more jobs, and represents a much larger share of Louisiana taxpayers and voters. At the end of the day, this is about protecting a resource that belongs to the people of Louisiana, not foreign corporations. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. John DeBlue, are you getting in line also?
My name is Rudy Valenciano, from Louisiana. I've talked to you before on numerous occasions. I represent Louisiana in the Gulf Council, Red Snapper Advisory Committee, and also on the Reef Fish Committee. I am against the moving this agreement back to a quarter mile. I thought a half a mile was not enough, but that was an agreement. Agreements is not a law. You don't have to abide by it, but it's an agreement. Less than a year ago, we made that agreement. He said, you got to remember that your job is to protect the resource, not to protect the profits from the resource. It seems that when you're dealing with large numbers, but you want to make it diminish in importance of those numbers, people usually like to use percentages instead of real numbers. So when you're talking about 3.5% discard, it don't seem like much. That's 3.5%, all right? But when you're talking about 1 billion fish being caught, 3.5% is, at 1 billion is 50 million pounds of fish. 50 million, let that sink in. 50 million pounds of fish. Can we imagine if we did that with any of the other resources? With red snapper, with finfish, with reef fish? That it just couldn't happen. However, if you really want to talk about percentages, they catch 100% of the big redfish. That is the stock that's going to produce the majority of the redfish in the future. All right. So, if to a comparison, when you got married, you told your wife you're going to be with her in sickness and in health, right? That's an agreement. When you go home today, tell your wife you want to change that.
Thank you for your comments. All right. Okay. Bailey Short, can you get in line, please?
Rudy is always a tough act to follow, guys. I'll do my best. I'm Chris Macaluso. I'm the Fisheries Director for the Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partnership, and I appreciate you guys being so patient today. I want to start my comments by reminding this commission of where we have been with this commission in the past. For 5 years prior to this or more, recreational fishermen were asking for some kind of buffer off of our beaches. And at first, those arguments were largely rebuffed by this commission. And then these things happened. This is September 16th of 2022. Pogie boat dumps 900,000 fish off Louisiana coast. This is the front page of the Baton Rouge Advocate and the New Orleans Times-Picayune. Friday, September 22nd, 2023, 850,000 fish dumped off the coast. So we came back and we talked about it some more because I think the commission realized that some of the complaints and the concerns were valid, and this commission was poised to create a 1 mile buffer. We know that was compromised down to a half-mile buffer, and while it isn't perfect, it's been working. Our organization has examined the fish spill data provided to this commission and to the legislature from 2024, and the number of dead fish washing up on Louisiana's beaches after the buffer was instituted declined by 74%. Redfish and speckled trout are cornerstones of our recreational charter fisheries in this state. Data from Wildlife and Fisheries shows that all recreational saltwater fishing has an annual economic impact of more than $1 billion. Redfish has an annual impact of $293 million, trout $179 million. Those two species alone support 3,500 jobs in Louisiana. I have charter boat captain friends who turn down customers who ask them to take them to catch redfish in the Grand Isle area because they can't find them right now. They're hard to find. But 22,000 of them were killed in pogie nets, 8,000 more were ground up. and processed by the industry. Those fish, especially those 22,000 bull redfish, are important because our department told us that they're important. And if we left them in the water, we left those bull redfish in the water, it would increase the ability for that stock to recover. Rolling back this buffer, according to the bycatch study that was conducted, in the areas around Empire and west of the Atchafalaya River, where they want to roll them back, are areas where bycatch of redfish spike during the spawning seasons in August, September, and October. I'd also like to point out that the industry has referenced a study that they paid for, in part, that shows that redfish don't really eat menhaden. But the scientists from LGL pointed out earlier that redfish go where the menhaden go because the redfish are eating the menhaden.
Your time's up, sir.
So I appreciate your
Thank you for your
time,
comments.
and I appreciate you continuing to pay attention to this issue. Thank you.
Commissioner Sequeira, can I approach to
Chris?
give you a handout?
You sure can. Chris Vickery, can you get in line also? We'll wait. We'll wait till he starts talking before we start his time.
I want to make sure you have your handout. My name is John W. I'm a resident of Houma, Louisiana. I've been 60 years old. I've been fishing the coast of Louisiana for 50 years. And what we are seeing on our coast is depletion of the menhaden. And what I want to talk about today is foreign ownership, exports, and local impact. While these guys, their boats may be owned locally, Omega Protein owns Abbeville and Moss Point, acquired by Cook, a Canadian company, in 2017. Daybrook was acquired by Oceana Limited, a South African company, in 2015. All of the pogie reduction plants currently processing pogie are owned by foreign companies. Cook describes himself as vertically integrated, controlling the fish farming, feed, processing across multiple continents. Daybrook's parent company, Oceana, identifies U.S. as key operating revenues. So what's happening here? Louisiana fish are processed here, exported abroad, and used to grow foreign aquaculture, including shrimp, that are shipped back to the U.S. to compete with our own shrimpers. The value of Louisiana leaves, but the environmental burden stays. Commissioner Blanchard, I know you've been fighting long and hard for the shrimping industry. You've been fighting to protect us against foreign shrimp being imported, and these guys are feeding the shrimp that are being imported back in here. Commissioner Martin, I found this interesting. The quote that you have on the Louisiana Wildlife and Fisheries page, it says, "I regard the American shrimping industry as a valued resource that needs active preservation." That's exactly what's going on here. When Louisiana pogie are turned into feed for farm-raised shrimp, undermining a very industry both of you protect, and the responsibility for making our coastal resources aren't used to fund the same foreign operation putting shrimpers out of business. So let's talk about how this works. It's local extraction, foreign profit, local decline. Louisiana shrimpers are facing record low prices at the dock, which is creating a problem. This next comment is going to be for Commissioner Sequeira and Wall. You're both respected members of the commission, both owns successful alligator business. This business relies heavily on the feed made from menhaden. My understanding is up to 40% of your costs. You know, this is not a personal accusation, it's an ethical reality. If the commission takes actions or fails to act on this issue that affect the pogie harvest, that decision may directly impact your private interest. Under Louisiana law, a public official is prohibited from participating in the decision that where there have personal impact or stake. I've requested the Louisiana Board of Ethics to review and guidance for transparency that protects everyone. If there's even an appearance of a conflict, you must recuse yourself. Your recusal is the proper course under state law. The goal isn't confrontation,
Mr.
it's
W,
fairness.
your time is up. Thank you for your comments.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Eric Aru, can you get in line also? He had to leave, okay. Mickey Savoy, or Nikki Savoy?
Good afternoon, guys. My name is Bailey Short. I'm speaking on behalf of the Saltwater Guide Association. We sent out a form letter to you guys. You should have got it last night. Had about 1,300 signatures, different brands, business owners, recreational anglers, all opposing the NOI as written. I'm not going to read that out in the interest of time, but I do want to focus on one of the bullet points that you'll find in that form letter, which is about the TAC, or an annual quota placed on the menhaden. The way we have it written in there is that a tax should be placed on the Gulf menhaden fishery. Averaging the last 5 years of harvest, this quota can be reevaluated after the next benchmark stock assessment is done. And I want to just talk really quick about why that's important right now with the way menhaden is being looked at nationally. Just a couple weeks ago on the Atlantic coast, which ASGA works with as well as down here, there was a 55% TAC reduction that was recommended to the Menhaden Management Board on the Atlantic coast. They instead elected to do a 20% reduction on that quota. That doesn't really matter though, because they've only been catching about 75% of their current quota the last few years. But what that points to is a declining menhaden fishery on the other part, in the other part of the country. Louisiana is in a place right now where we might be taken advantage of in the future, because we make up 93% of the Gulf's menhaden harvest as it stands. We don't have any quota. The only cap on how many menhaden these guys can catch and keep is what their facilities can process. So how we have it written right now, we allow ourselves open to just basically unregulated harvest. That doesn't fly with any other species down here. You guys have seen me up here talking to y'all about reduced limits for redfish. As a recreational and charter fishing community, we came together. We took a hit. You guys heard a lot of charter fishermen talk to you guys, scared for their livelihood, worried about taking a cut for the fishery, and we did it anyway for the good of the resource. So when I hear a lot of these menhaden spokespeople come up and talk about how they care about the resource, show that through accepting some regulation that helps protect it. And I think a TAC would be a really good way to show that. I think Louisiana has been tasked historically with footing the bill for the natural resources of the mismanagement of natural resources for the rest of the country. And you guys have an opportunity today to, amend the NOI, look at a TAC, and take a stand for managing the resource a better way in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, Donald Davis, can you get in line? And Savoy is not here, they said? Okay. Donald Davis. Okay. Red Johnson, West Bank Fishing.
Brett Johnson, I'm a fish spotter. One of the most entertaining things we get to see as a fish spotter is watching the guys casting the wrong side of the boat. See it all the time. Large school of fish right there. These are the guys you're listening to. See it all the time. Part of my job is obviously to find pogies and to keep our boats away from, other fish. We see a lot of redfish, huge, massive areas of redfish. And the thing about it is, they're actually on the outside of the line, right where we're supposed to be fishing at. Now you're going to hear all this stuff and everything else from guys looking at things like this and not seeing a big picture. We're seeing the big picture. You're putting us right there where there are a lot of big, massive schools of redfish. We are required to keep our boats away from there. So the way I look at it as a spotter, this line didn't solve a problem. It's actually created a problem. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. No questions? Okay, Shane Treadway, West Bank Fishing. You good? Okay. Brad Thrasher, CCA.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, for having us and hearing us all out. I think one of the things that
this all comes down to is it's whatever lens you look through. We have people that disagree with the bycatch study on both sides. We have people that disagree on where people should be and where they shouldn't. We have been in this room to talk about user conflicts, net tears, you name it, in the past. That's not what we're here today. The industry came to tell us they're not making enough money. That's it. That's what it's about. It's not about LGL. It's not about what the recs say. It was, we're not making enough money. And on that point, I want to ask y'all, do you know how much money they're making? Because I don't, and I don't think anybody in this room does except the two companies. Most of it is shielded in secrecy. We know they caught 800,000 pounds in 2024 and 150 million other fish. 800,000 pounds, and they say they're not profitable. They caught basically the same amount of fish in 2021, and in 2024 it was worth $60 million more. But they still say they're not profitable. What we don't know is what they caught this year. I think they alluded to this year was actually better than last. It wasn't because of the buffer, it was because of better weather. Everybody in this room is a fisherman. We understand weather. We understand that is the biggest factor all of us face. But it is not this commission's job to look at weather and dictate it and make sure that we stack the deck for when good weather arises. So I am here on behalf of the 25,000 paying dues members of CCA Louisiana, and I also add the voice of 400,000 anglers to tell you, please kill this NOI. And on that note, to clarify something Cole said earlier, this could be a long process, but it doesn't have to be. It can end here today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions? None? Okay. That concludes the public comments, but it looks like I have to read in a bunch of names that didn't want to do public comment. So Miles Dixon against. Paul Frischzer against. Darrell Carpenter against. Zach Butterworth against. Nicholas Valho against. Captain Miles LaRose against. Captain Peter Scarfino against. Captain Greg Arnold against. Scott Bryant against. Frank Pranzik against. John Bertucci against. Gary Croseo against. Jason LaBeouf. It doesn't say on here whether he's against or not. Over, let's see. Against. There you go. Thank you. Donald Fusilier against. Donald Scheck Snyder. Doesn't say either way. I don't know if he's still here. Charles Edwards or Chains Edwards against. Brad Schaefer against. Jim Puregrows against. Ed Milner against. Daniel Lombardo against. Jill Lombardo against. Mark Manning against. Jim Stevenson's against. Travis Sledge against. Amos Gibson against. Jacob Rowland against. Audrey Thompson against. Captain Zach Mouton against. Captain Gil Blanchard against. David Miller against. Ryan Haydell against. Robert Johnson against. Haley Manning against. Nicholas Carroll against. Ryan Gerwad against. Ralston Phillips against. Chris Paul, against. Edward Everett, against. Andrew Godley, against. Joshua Ellender, against. Frederick Dulles Gates, against. Ronald Dokes, against. Jeff Angers, against. Michael Schwartz, against. Warren Jones, against. Michael Walls, against. Scott McKnight, against. Connor Gilbert, against. Corin Burke, against. Camp Mattins, against. Mary Foles, against. Evan Scobie, against. Marlon McGee, against. George Hugh, against. Ben Jackson, against. John Barton Jr., against. Kurt Sheremy, against. Robert Miller, against. Grady Fascio, against. Lance Trotty, against. Chad Billiot, against. Trent Boudreau, against. Stuart Billiot, against. Hayden Rooney, against. Anthony Cull, against. Nicholas Gordon, against. Gerald Servant, against. Matthew Ho, against. Gunnar Waldman, against. Stephen David, against. Garrett Como, against. Douglas Waits, against. Colin Noob, against. Michael Matthews, against. Barry Matthew, against. GW, I can't figure that one out, against. David Curtis, against. And Carter Fourier, against.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Godley indicated that he wanted to speak on the issue. I don't know if you read his card in.
With this mess, I sure could have missed it. So it's, no problem at all. You did fill out a card, correct? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry for doing this, but I took time off of work like a lot of other people to be here, and I just wanted to have a minute to say something. The Menhaden issue is huge. It's really big. The reason why we're called the Sportsman's Paradise is mostly because of Menhaden. The same reason why it's a valuable commercial resource for these companies to sell and harvest is the same reason why we have the most abundant fishery in North America. The rivers produce rich organic feedstock for these fish, these Menhaden filter feeders, to eat. And they then become the forage base for everything that we care about that makes us an important sportsman's paradise. Whether it's trout, redfish, and I do want to correct the gentleman. He said that the USM study that shows that Menhaden are not an important food source for any Gulf predator is a ridiculous statement to make. That study shows it uses diet contents data, stomach contents data from fish sampled in Tampa Bay, for example. You should read it. Look at the source data. I can show you the same study by researchers in Galveston Bay, Texas, independent researchers. It's not a study that's paid for by commercial fishing industries, that shows that in the spring and summer, bull redfish, 97% of the prey items in their stomachs are Menhaden. I have a study here that I can leave with you that was just produced this year that shows that tarpon, almost exclusively, to the tune of over 95% of their diet, proven by telemetry and stable isotope studies from researchers in the University of South Florida, that shows that tarpon eat Menhaden the entire time that they're in the Gulf, the Northern Gulf. And tarpon have almost disappeared from the coast of Louisiana. We have longtime Grand Isle tarpon fishermen that are moving their boats and economic impact to our Louisiana fishery to other states to Texas and Mississippi because there's not enough tarpon here in Louisiana. Is that good for Louisiana? I live in Southwest Louisiana. There's no tarpon left. I can tell you that. There used to be rafts and rafts of pogies. You would come out of Southwest Pass and there'd be pogies as far as you could see. Tarpon crashing, and that's gone. Nobody's seen a tarpon fishing out of Sycamore Point in 40 years. It's an incredibly important subject. There should be a commercial fishery for menhaden. We have more menhaden than anywhere else in North America. But the issue is bigger than just the buffer. It's a simple answer on the buffer. If you get closer to shore, you're going to kill more bycatch. If you go further away from shore, you're going to kill less bycatch. I don't think you have the data to say, the gentleman from LGL respectfully, he can't say that you're going to not kill more bycatch when you go to closer to shore because we didn't measure that. The study was done when the buffer was half a mile. So that's a cut and dry issue, but please in future consider a total allowable catch. This is a huge issue beyond just the buffer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Comments? No questions? Okay. Go back to reading this. Jason Duran is for the proposal. Sean Fusilier for. Christy Shepherd for. Michael Dameron for. Ryan Solier for. Shonda Ellison for. Donald Smith for. Melvin Riley for. Maria Jesus for. Blaine Nielsen for. Terry Rogers is for. Ashley Verrett is for it. Gilbert Verrett is for it. Warner Keetor is for it. Gina Johnson is for it. Christopher Johnson for it. Sarah Nelson for it. Ricky Nelson for it. James Braddock for it. Whitney Braddock for it. Brent Sanger for it. Jonathan Scott for it. Miguel Peralta for it. Erica Como for it. Cliff Mesker in favor. William C. is for it. William Ball is for it. Richard Shirley is for it. Carol Noel for it. Justin Mitchell for it. Keith Hinckley for it. Kimberly Buck for, in favor. Barry Shepherd in favor. Jack Stokes in favor. Davin Joyner in favor. Jonathan Emico in favor. Jason Freeman in favor. Wesley Denson in favor. Bradley Johnson in favor. And Alexander Piltry in favor. That everything's read into the comments. We have let's see, we have two more. Okay, there's two more that well, they didn't want to speak, or they were here to speak, but they didn't get called. Okay. So we have I want to thank everyone for all of their comments, for coming here and bringing up, letting us know how they feel. I know that the commission takes this seriously on what we're doing here. We have, with that, we do have an NOI. Do we have any motions?
Are we taking comment from us yet, or is that after the?
After, we'll do after.
Ready?
Yes, sir?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the new proposal.
The NOI is proposed?
Yes.
Okay, do we have a second? Second by Commissioner Wall. Okay, we can do is any question?
Have a comment. I mean, is that now
Okay.
or? Yeah, okay.
Yes, before we vote,
Yeah, I was gonna
we have
take
a
my
motion
three.
and a second.
I was
Yes.
gonna take my 3 minutes now.
Yes, sir. No problem.
I wrote it out, so I probably won't take that long, but, you know, it's hard for me to take on such a serious matter and make a vote without some type of comment, and so just bear with me here. I'm from Lake Providence, Louisiana, as far northeast in the state as you can get without being in Mississippi or Arkansas. I can walk to Mississippi from my office in about 15 minutes, so it's a long way. And I've enjoyed being on the commission, and boy, what I have learned about all the stuff offshore that I didn't know before. And y'all have really given me an education, but the fact is, I'm a part of the state that, you know, you mentioned the word pogey, and they're thinking I'm talking about a Netflix series with teenagers. So that's where I'm from. And so I'm kind of an outsider looking in on this issue. This is the fourth time that we've dealt with it that I can remember. And so I'm kind of from a part of the state where I feel like I'm kind of an outsider looking at this issue. And this is what I see, and it may not be, I may have summed it up too lightly, but to me, it's a user conflict issue. That's what seems to dictate every discussion, is user conflict. At a time in my life, I practiced family law, and when a couple didn't have money, they fought over the kids. When they had money, they fought over the money. And that's just the kind of way it fell out. This bycatch study, to me, is just giving us something else to fight about. Both sides claim it helps them. And that's very confusing to me. But it is a serious issue. And in preparation for this meeting, there was actually some podcasts that I listened to. There was a guy named Lake Pickle that has Backwoods University podcast. He had an hour where he listened to the recreational side, and they had more than 3 minutes to talk, and I learned a lot from that. Then there was 30 minutes. Bill Landry, I think that's you right there, Bill. You did a great job. You had 30 minutes, and you did a wonderful job presenting the industry side of this. I was like, wow, this guy's great. And I was really impressed, and I appreciated your going on that podcast and doing that 30 minutes because I learned a lot, and it helped educate me on the other side of this story as well. And I appreciate your willingness to do that. It couldn't have been easy, and I appreciate you doing it. The last time we were in this room with this much emotion was dealing with the CWD. And just like you wouldn't, my folks don't know what a pogey is, y'all don't know what I'm talking about, a lot of you. But we had a group of people in here that were highly charged and emotional about the fact that we were going to change the way they could hunt. And it was going to impact, and it did impact people who were selling deer feed, and it's drastically impacted their life. And out of that meeting, someone suggested that the legislature form a task force, and they did, CWD task force. I'm on that task force, and it has proven to be a wonderful forum for people to discuss that issue in more detail in a very professional manner. And I think we're going to have some good things that come out of that task force that are going to be good for the resource. And I want to say that leading up to this meeting in the media and then at this meeting, I've heard a lot of insults and snide comments about our chairman. Kevin Segura and I, when I came on as a pup on this deal 3 years ago, Kevin Segura and Brandon DeQueer took me under their wing. They were great mentors. They are great friends. Kevin is an honorable person, a person that I look up to, and a really good friend. He just felt like there was a ball that needed to be advanced up the field, and he picked up that ball, and he advanced it up the field. And personal insults and personal attacks have no place in this arena. And I just wanted to make that straight, that he's my friend, and I don't like hearing bad stuff said about my friend. Everyone in this room would probably agree that we didn't create this resource, God did. It's our job to humbly go forward and try to preserve the resource for future generations. And I take that job seriously, I really do. So I am going to say no to this NOI today. I'm not saying that that's no forever, because here's what I think needs to happen. I think that we need to go to the legislature and ask them to set up a task force, just like we did with CWD, so that these discussions can be had more thoroughly. They can be done in a length of time, over a period of time, that every angle is looked at. I mean, I started trying to write down the issues. You got environment issues, preservation of the resource issues, in the industry. Y'all done to great measures, and thanks to your podcast, I really, got a good insight into what y'all done trying to protect the resource and the money that y'all spend and the lengths that you've gone to. So that's in there. And I've heard things today about, the coastline and how it changes, and the economies that are impacted, both for the fishermen and the industry. And I just think these issues are so important that it's hard to really address those in this manner. And so today, I'm going to vote no, but I really would encourage this commission to ask the legislature to form a task force to study the issue in more depth. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Commissioner Brister. Those kind words. Okay, Commissioner Blanchard?
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. You ready? I'm sorry.
I go first?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes. Commissioner Reynolds.
This past summer, my wife and I went out on the pogie boat, and to see it firsthand, up in North Louisiana, you don't really know. I'm from the northwest Louisiana. You don't know what's what. Although I've seen the pogie boats offshore for a long, long time out of Holly Beach. And so I saw firsthand how they're working really, really hard to try to do the things that everybody's wanting them to do with excluders and things. And I was really impressed with the young men that worked on the boat and how hard they worked. I know how it is to work really hard. My first job was carrying up shingles. That's tough. And you make just enough money to get by. So I understand completely what's going on here with the industry and the young people that are working on those boats, and I appreciate that. However, the opposition to this particular NOI is overwhelming. Literally thousands of emails and comments and phone calls have been coming in. So I don't think this is the correct thing to do. However, if it passes, I think it's going to go, well, I know it is because I've already talked to the people. It's going to go to oversight. This is not the last word. It's going to go to oversight, and there's going to be a lot of discussion over the legislature. If it doesn't pass today, I know for a fact there will be some bills filed next year in the Senate and the House. And so this fight is not over. There has to be a solution at some point in time between the two people. Y'all are great people, both sides. You're good folks, and I like both sides of you. But I'm also going to vote no today because I think the opposition's overwhelming, and I don't think this is the correct thing to do at this time. So that's where I'm at on this.
Thank you for your comments, Commissioner Blanchard.
For those in the room, y'all know that I've been in the shrimp business for 50 years. So I've watched the good, the bad, and the ugly come with the shrimp industry right there. And I just want to put on record that the Louisiana Shrimp Association, who's represented by E.C. Cooper, is in favor of the NOI from the shrimpers, from that association right there. And I got that word last night. Now, the thing that really gets to me is the bycatch issue. And like Gene said, we in the shrimp industry, we've been playing with bycatch for 40 years now with turtle excluding advices right there. How the poke industry has gotten away with reduced bycatch is beyond me. Why no one never has addressed it or anything, right there. But I applaud them for not having it, and I've talked to Francois, I've talked to Ben, that more, they have to have some type of invention that's even more than what they're doing right now in order to protect the bycatch issue right there. So being that said, the bycatch that the excluders y'all have, yes, they, from what I saw, works, but
I think they need some type of bycatch on the net itself. That way when y'all harvesting the net, some of the bigger fish can escape just like it does on a shrimp net right there. So,
We're not voting yet. We're gonna do roll call
right,
vote.
so,
But
okay, well, I'm not gonna say what I'm
Yeah,
gonna vote or
no problem.
anything, but I wanted to bring that up to both of y'all with the poking. Y'all need to look at some type of device on the net, not just on the hose and on the boat. Y'all need to look at inventing some type of net, excluder on, because if NOAA gets a hold of it and they find out, they're gonna force y'all. So y'all gotta self-police yourself, you know, because the shrimp industry was forced to put TEDs, and it's still in effect today. So I'm gonna leave it like that. Thank
Commissioner
y'all.
Blanchard, thank you for your comments. Commissioner Walker, you have anything?
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. And, well, I appreciate all the public comment. Like Gene said, I think last counted at 874 texts, emails, voicemails, actual phone calls. And like I said, it's bad enough, Ben knows this, that the real estate market isn't great. So from a non-paying position up here, let's just say my 1099 is not gonna look very good this year. But that being said, this is the job, like Commissioner Brister said, this is the job we took to protect the resource. And also we need to listen to what the public have to say. And until yesterday, out of the 874 comments I got, all of them were against passing the Senate law. I got a call from Mr. Chris Kuyan over there who works on behalf of the menhaden industry, and we had a great conversation 2 days ago, so I appreciate you reaching out. But that was the only phone call that I got from the menhaden industry. Now, I'm a waterfowl guy. I love to set duck seasons, and that's very dramatic, as Kevin knows. If 874 people told me that they don't want to open up duck season November 2nd, and I open it up on November 2nd, I'd be crucified. And so we've got to take into account what the public have to say. And it's overwhelming to me what the public's voice is on this particular issue. Now, I want to give props to the menhaden industry too, because I think it's great that, I think nobody in this room, or most people in this room, do not want to eliminate this industry. I truly believe that. I think there's a place for them. I want them to survive. I want them to be profitable till the end of time. I think this is an opportunity for them to say, shoot, I mean, we had it at a half mile. Is it going to be easier for us to spot pogies? Is it going to be more profitable because we don't have to burn as much gas? Absolutely. So I think it's an opportunity in time for them to do this. And I think it'd be the same thing that I would do if I was on y'all's side. But from my standpoint, we did the bycatch study at a half a mile. This was before my time, but you guys compromised at a half a mile a year ago or 2 years ago, whenever it was. I felt like that was the compromise from what I've been hearing. And to change that right now, I think nothing except the profits of the menhaden industry would go up. We know bycatch would go up. We know there would be more user conflicts closer into the shore. We don't have to get into coastal erosion or what impact it would have to have on the coast. So bringing the pogie boats in closer than the half a mile that was agreed to, I think is the wrong decision, and I'm gonna stick by that.
Okay. You have anything?
Well, looking at this crowd and probably the oldest one here other than Big Mike. And I probably caught more fish than this whole group put together in my 10-year period of catching crocus for pet food. And, you know, I feel like it's not gonna hurt the fishing industry, the sports fishing industry, by moving the line into a quarter of a mile. I've been a sports fisherman. I've been a commercial fisherman. I've got site clearance boats that's full with fish every day. And, you know, I can understand both sides of it, and I don't think it's gonna hurt the sports fishermen by moving the line in a quarter of a mile. I just don't think it's gonna hurt. I can sympathize with all y'all, but, you know, you tournament fishermen, you go out and you catch fish, you bring them in, you hang them up and you let them rot while you're taking your pictures. Why don't you take and fillet them and use the fillets for good use, instead of letting them rot on a showcase?
Thank you, sir. Okay. I have some.
I wasn't gonna say anything.
No.
A lot of people stood up and said they don't represent no one. I don't represent the alligator industry today, just if you was wondering.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Wall. Okay, I'm the one that brought this issue up. Industry came to me. I'm a commercial appointment. I brought this up to move this forward. We, in 2024, yes, there was, they sat down in a room. The pogie industry was kind of, their back against the wall, and they agreed to something. We had a bycatch study that was coming up that we moved them to half a mile. We said the bycatch was originally to be done at a quarter of a mile. That didn't happen. That I think was not fair and right there, but that's neither here nor there. Basically the bottom line on what we're looking at here is that we've got two companies, and I know that it doesn't add up to anything that you're having with the amount of money that's added up in sports fishing for y'all's revenue, but there's two companies that there's issues with them being pushed out, inputs come up, prices go up, for costs for them to catch fish is up, and they're asking to take in a few areas to come back in to catch fish where they historically catch fish. Those two companies, if they go out of business, are hurting two parishes where there's people who need jobs and people who cannot find the same good paying jobs that we have right now. So we're dealing with the conflict, we're dealing with the lives of people who have good paying jobs and may not have those jobs if that industry goes away. And the industry has made many strides in new nets, using different devices to keep the fish coming up. And I didn't hear anyone talk about the fact that 80+% of rollover redfish survive. So there's a lot of things that should be taken into thought before we make this vote. But I just feel they're going. We heard from the industry brought this up. We heard their concerns. The department came in and made changes to what they wanted because there were some areas that they thought was extremely important to protect. We heard from public comment, from CCA and different organizations, other NGOs. We made some changes based on those comments. The department staff did. So I think if we take all of that into account, if we move this forward, or we don't, we're just doing our job and we're doing our due diligence up here as commissioners. So guess where we're at? You have one more comment?
Yeah, just a discussion while we're up here, Kevin. I mean, I didn't hear anybody from that side of the table say they're worried about their industry going away, or they're worried about, jobs being lost. I'm looking at the sheet that I think was handed to us by the industry that showed a contrast in 2019 landings of 1 million pounds of menhaden to 2024, which was last year, to 800 million pounds. And so they're showing a contrast of, hey, we're down 20% over 5 years, but then we heard in 2025, which the season just ended, that they're back over 1 million pounds. So I don't think anybody's going to lose their job, and I don't think we're going to lose this industry. And I'm not a proponent to losing this industry, but anything said in opposition to, the industry's failing, or the folks that aren't, they're not going to, have a job anymore. The data clearly shows that unless profits are just, totally out of whack, but
right.
Like we were talking about, we haven't seen those, and I don't care to know exactly what their net profit is, but judging by the amount they're catching, it's exactly the same from 6 years ago. So I just wanted to
Right.
bring that up.
Well, and you have a 25% drop over the 3-year period, and you're, I understand what you're saying, that they caught, but it's on an average too. And in this year also, we have a different year of fluke because there was no weather and all that, but their inputs are up. And I don't think we would have brought I wouldn't have brought this up if I didn't feel that we could be in danger of having 2 parishes have reduced. I mean, you had people who came up and testified, said that they lose 25, 30% of their income. It's the fishermen that are on that boats. They get paid by what they're catching. And yeah, this year it has come back up, but all of your inputs have gone up too. But we're good. Whatever, we can go ahead and have a roll call vote now.
So just to restate the question before the vote comes, the motion on the floor right now that's been seconded is to adopt the NOI as presented by Mr. Adriance. Jason, could I get you to put your first slide back up, just the one that summarizes it?
Sure.
So just so everyone's clear what they're voting on, starting with that 4th bullet point there, this would reduce buffer areas from half mile to quarter mile in those stated areas. I know the testimony was hours ago when y'all heard this, but this was the proposal. This is the NOI as written, and this is the motion that's on the table. Mr. Chairman, if you're ready, we can tee up Ms. Susan for a roll call vote.
Perfect. Yes, Ms. Susan, please.
Andrew Blanchard,
I accept the NOI as presented.
yes. Andy Brister? No. No. Jimmy Martin? Yes. Gene Reynolds? No. Jonathan Walker?
No.
No. Nathan Wall? Yes. We have a tie vote, 3-3.
Okay, so I vote to break the tie. I vote yes. Oh, please, sir.
Mr. Chairman, there are 4 votes in favor and 3 votes against.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, would you like to take a recess?
Huh? Yes, we'll take about a 10, 15-minute recess. Thank you. All right, y'all ready, guys? Let's go. We got Commissioner Brister. Oh, there he is. Okay, good. Okay, agenda item number 9. Announce the winner of the 2026 Louisiana Waterfowl Conservation Stamp Collect Competition. Mr. Randy Myers, Biologist Administrator.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, fellow commission members. Randy Myers, I am the Biologist Administrator in the Office of Wildlife. I appreciate the opportunity here to announce the winner of our 2026 Louisiana Waterfowl Conservation Stamp Art Competition that was held last Wednesday, October 29th in this very room. If you direct your attention to the back of the room, we have the paintings, the first, second, and third place paintings displayed for you to review. We had a panel of 5 judges designated by the department selected the winning artwork for the 38th Louisiana Waterfowl Conservation Stamp. Doesn't seem like it's been in place that long, but certainly an accomplishment. So the winning painting will be used as the image for the 2026-2027 Louisiana Duck Stamp. As you can see, the Ross's goose was selected as the featured species for the 2026 competition. It is the first time the species has appeared on the Louisiana Duck Stamp and represents the 21st different waterfowl species in the 38 years of this program. Since its inception in 1988, the Duck Stamp program has generated almost $17 million in revenue, an average of over $400,000 per year to be used in the acquisition, restoration, or enhancement of wetlands and waterfowl habitats throughout the state. The bulk revenue deposited in the duck stamp fund now comes from the sale of the Louisiana duck license, as possession of physical stamps has not been required since the year 2000. Last year, 1.2 million was generated both from duck license sales as well as the collector stamps. The 5 judges that were assisted the department, Miss Emily Seba, she was a Baton Rouge artist, a graphic designer, and the owner of Fat Cat Designs. Mr. Scott Ritchie, who is the owner and operator of Louisiana Outfitters, LLC. Drew Fowler, research ecologist, waterfowl research ecologist, with the Louisiana Cooperative Fish and Wildlife Research Unit at LSU. Mr. Troy Dubois, who is the state chairman for Louisiana Ducks Unlimited, and someone you're familiar with, Mr. Larry Reynolds, recently retired as the LWF Director of Wildlife Protection and Conservation Management. He also served as our former waterfowl program manager for almost 15 years. This year, we received 10 entries to the contest. We're quite, frankly, we're down a little bit from last year of 17, representing artists from 6 different states, well represented, including 5 from Louisiana artists. Other entries were submitted from artists residing in Connecticut, Delaware, Indiana, South Dakota, as well as Virginia. If you look in the back to the right, we have our 3rd place winner was Mr. Richard Clifton of Milford, Delaware. Second was this year was Mr. Jeffrey Kleinfelter, of Etna Green, Indiana. He's won our contest in the past. And this year's winner in the middle is Mr. Tim Taylor of Watertown, South Dakota. 25 different artists have won this competition over the years, and this is Mr. Taylor's 2nd time to actually win. And he has placed in numerous other ones. He placed 2nd in our contest last year and returned to determine to add to another top finish to his resume. He has numerous additional honors as far as waterfowl art, including the winning California duck stamp in 2010, and has finished a respectable 10th, 8th twice, 7th, and 4th in the federal duck stamp. So he's very accomplished in what he does. The department expresses its gratitude to the judges and all artists that continue to contribute their works to the annual competition, as it annually results in one of the finest duck stamps in the nation. And I'd also like to thank our staff members that contributed, particularly Hallie Rogers, as well as Miss Kelly Alvarez, who helped make sure that we had all the paintings in on time, because that's been an issue sometimes in the past, and we had them displayed, and they assisted with the day of the competition. Any questions?
Any questions? Oh, do we have the winners here or no?
No,
Not
no,
today?
sir, we do not.
Okay, good. Well, thank you very much. And it's a beautiful artwork. We
Absolutely.
appreciate all your work on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, thanks, Randy. Okay, item number 10, receive and consider notice of intent for hunter education program rules and regulations. Travis DeFore.
I do thank you. I want to thank the commission for having me here today to present the possible changes to Title 76 on hunter education. All right. The first change that we're looking at under 76 is to change our current age of certification, which is 10 years of an age, lowering that to 9 years of age. And the reasons before that is lowering the certification age to 9 would align with requirements for some shooting sports programs, 4-H being the main one. Their program is building up, and we see that issue pretty regularly. It eliminates the redundancy for once that individual takes it at 9, they wouldn't have to retake it at 10. At this point, if they take it at 9, they would receive a temporary certificate of attendance, and then at 10, they would have to retake it again. Therefore, changing this to 9 would clear that up. Keeps members fully eligible for competition in some of these shooting sports programs. And with our current hunter education curriculum, based at a 4th grade reading level, it aligns with 9 and 10-year-olds. All right, this is what the proposed changes would look like. In 76, all we're doing is striking out 10 and changing that to 9. Is all basically what it's looking like. All right, and to kind of give you a reference of what the other states in the Southeast are looking like as far as their age restrictions on certification, There's actually 4 states in the Southeast that have an age of 0. So if that individual shows up at 7 or 8 years old, can pass their test, their course, they're certified. Number of states, a good portion of them are at 9. 10, the same, and you can see 11, I think there was one state with 11. So all we're doing is kind of getting in line with some of the other states on that. To show you how the change, what we're seeing an increase in 9-year-old participation courses. This is from 2020. We started at 32 9-year-olds took the hunter education course for that fiscal year. And right now we're looking at around 121 for fiscal year of 24. Or the calendar year of 24. So we're seeing an increase of the youth 9 years of age taking it with the implementation and expanding of these shooting sports programs that are occurring with the schools. The other proposed change that we're looking at is changing our instructor certification process that we do for our volunteer instructors. Our volunteer instructors are a main backbone of the hunter education course program. With a limited number of staff, we can't reach the public in an efficient manner. And we use these volunteer instructors to reach out to the public to get the courses out. And they're certified through us. And the way it stands right now, it's 12 hours of instruction. They pass a written test and demonstrate the ability to lead live fire exercise to be certified. The proposed changes is simply to simplify the language in that, allowing for new methods of training and stuff that we're trying to get these courses back into the school system. When I started 23 years ago, there was a large number of schools teaching hunter education. Last year, we were down to 23 statewide. Majority of them, more than half, were down in Lafayette, Vermilion Parish. So it has been, times have changed, and we're looking for more avenues to move into the schools to make it easy for school teachers and things to get in there and teach these courses. With some of the other barriers that were relieved over time, when the online course was adopted, they ended up removing the live fire requirement for student certification, which allows us to move into the schools without actual live firearms to teach the hunter education course and have them certified. So it lowers the barriers with this proposed change that we're looking at for instructors to be recruitment. Easier to attract and retain and expand the pool of our instructors. With new ways and technology of training, we can incorporate that to be more efficient and better information in that time. Attract more schools, that is a big focus on ours, and allow the hunter education section to adapt to technology and the increasing efficiency in training. And we've seen that as progressed. When that current wording in 76 was written years ago, this stuff wasn't available. So this is what it would look like. It would strike through, change the wording on H1, okay? Basically just saying they will complete a hunter education instructor certification format approved by Louisiana Hunter Education Program, and remove 2 and 3 on that. It clears us up, gives us more leverage to reach out to the public and train more instructors. And the last slide that I have is simply from the number of hunter education instructors that taught during these past fiscal years. And you saw in 19 and 20, we were right around 450 instructors, volunteer instructors teaching hunter education. Granted, we had COVID, we lost a lot of our instructors are aging, they're older individuals that are teaching. They didn't get back into it once COVID came back. 2021, and then it kind of went up a little bit, but now it's heading back down. And we've seen this trend over the last, since my career in 20-something years, it's been a steady trend over time going down. So we're looking, with the importance of these volunteer instructors, we're looking to improve our ways to effectively train instructors to reach out to the public. Do y'all have any questions?
Any questions? No, I think it's good because we need to have instructors, and it's important, so I think that's a good change, so thank you for bringing it up. Okay, so do we have a motion to accept? Motion by Commissioner Blanchard, second by Commissioner Reynolds. All in favor? Aye. Okay, none opposed. Thank you. Motion
Thank you very
passes.
much, appreciate it.
Okay. Agenda item number 11, receive a presentation on the development of Louisiana's first stakeholder-driven black bass management plan. Zane LeBlanc, Inland Fisheries.
All right, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commission. Name is Zane LeBlanc. I'm the statewide Black Bass Coordinator for Inland Fisheries Division. And today I'm gonna give a presentation on the development of the LWF Black Bass Management Plan. So I'm a bass angler myself since age 2. I'm sure many of y'all have enjoyed fishing for bass over the years, basically born with the fishing pole. But when you bring out the term black bass, like a lot of people say, I never caught that kind of fish. But it's basically a collective term for members of the sunfish family. And currently 19 formally described species in this genus called Micropterus. So there's smallmouth bass, neosho bass, Coosa bass, Guadalupe bass. But in Louisiana specifically, we have 3 species, the largemouth bass, which is native, basically found everywhere, drainage ditches, ponds, reservoirs, lakes. And then we also have spotted bass, typically found in our river systems, like Upper Amite, Upper Florida Parish rivers, Sabine River, Calcasieu, Mississippi. And they smaller, look a little different, but also still a great sport fish. And finally, we have Florida bass. Wildlife and Fisheries has an extensive hatchery system, and we've stocked Florida bass in Louisiana since the 1980s. And the goal of that program is to increase the size potential, not to add fish, but introduce those genetics into the system. And that's just an example of me having a good time. Spotted bass, northern bass, potentially a Florida bass. So you may ask, why manage for black bass, and why is it important? Bass have a high biological, recreational, and economic value to the state of Louisiana. As you can see here, biologically, they are apex predator. The health of the system, if you have a healthy bass population, likely you have good habitat, good forage, so it's a good indicator. And as far as recreational, bass are accessible to anybody. You don't have to live along the coast, all throughout the state, North Louisiana, South Louisiana. Ponds, you can walk to the neighborhood pond. When I was in high school, every evening I would drag my pirogue over the Mississippi River levee and fish in the Oxbow Lakes. Named the fish. Basically, I caught them all. And as far as economic value, in 2021, LWF, in cooperation with Southwick Associates, did a measurement of the statewide economic contributions from Louisiana's fisheries, wildlife, and boating resources. And compared to other species that were individually looked at, black bass provided the highest retail sales, also had the highest jobs, and great tax revenue, and contributed to the GDP. And you might ask, what is Wildlife and Fisheries doing as far as managing black bass? Have we been successful? Bassmaster magazine puts out a list each year of the 100 best bass lakes in the country. And fortunately, in 2025, we have 6 lakes that have made the Central Division, Bussy Break at the top, which 2 15-plus pound bass have broken our top 10 all-time bass records out of Bussy Break. And some other lakes like Toledo Bend, Caney Creek, which is doing very well with the resurgence of aquatic vegetation, and Lake Claiborne, and so on. So as part of the Black Bass Management Plan, we have several components we need to look at to be successful. Like it says here, effective black bass management requires a coordinated approach that addresses multiple key components. As a department, we focus our time on the research and population monitoring. We have 9 inland districts across Louisiana who's out there sampling spring and fall, doing habitat projects in the summer. We have hatchery trucks moving around the state all throughout the year. Obviously, habitat and water quality is important. And we have a big hatchery system that we use for strategic stocking and genetics. And with any management of a species, regulations and enforcement is very important. But a big component of the Black Bass Management Plan is to have public involvement at the highest level possible. So we have a great following of bass fishing all throughout the state. Many people, it basically affects their everyday life. And we want to hear their opinions and their goals for our management of black bass in the future. So this is my primary job responsibility as the black bass coordinator, is to develop a statewide, stakeholder-driven black bass management plan. And you can see my goal statement, which is develop a comprehensive written plan to identify, prioritize, and implement targeted strategies that protect, promote, and enhance black bass populations and angling opportunities for the benefit of the public. And some of the components: collaborative public-driven plan, working closely with our public constituents. We want action-oriented strategies where we can bring forth angler groups, the members of the public, to get them actively helping us in habitat projects and other things that Inland Fisheries does to manage our bass fisheries. Definitely need measurable improvements. I don't want to just be a salesman promising big things. We want to see a difference. And the plan will have a 10-year implementation timeline. And this is not an original idea. Several states have learned the importance of communicating directly with the public. As resource managers at the department, we are tasked with managing a resource for the benefit of our public constituents. And Arkansas has taken great strides in doing such. They developed a reservoir black bass management plan, and these are some focal areas that came out of their stakeholder-driven, also public angler-driven strategies. So they're looking at habitat improvements, building new boat ramps, conflicts between wake boaters and bass fishermen, lots of key components. So Jeremy Risley, they have a black bass coordinator, and Eric Nass, their black bass biologist. I've been in close communication with that group, along with Vic DeCenso. And also Florida, they had a really good plan. And Texas took a lot of, I guess, the notoriety, even though they're using Florida bass to grow these large trophies. 15 years ago, Florida was a great destination for black bass fishing. So their goal is to, once again, become the undisputed bass fishing capital of the world. So they, same thing, looking at regulation management, habitat, stocking, access issues. And a big component of all of these plans, I've looked at 20+ plans from different states, is education and outreach of the public. At the end of the day, what I've learned is anglers want to do better. So if you provide them with the information they need to better care for bass, to be better stewards of the resource, they often do so. So what is the LWF approach? The plan development process will start by engaging stakeholders and the public to identify their preferences, determine their needs, and generate ideas for the plan. So I started this process on October 23rd. We developed a stakeholder working group, and we had our first meeting at Booker Fowler Fish Hatchery. Gave them a hatchery tour, gave them an overview of what we're trying to make happen with the plan, and further on down the road, we'll move towards objectives. Like I mentioned, 10-year plan. I want some big goals. I don't want easy ones, so I'm gonna challenge the stakeholder group to dive deep and put forth some big goals for the future of bass fishing. And also it'll be a living document. Technology changes, hurricanes change, funding pools change. So this document needs to be able to be updated as necessary. And just to further clarify, why should we involve stakeholders? And as I've seen, there's great value in involving stakeholders in decisions that directly affect them. Stakeholders also have unique contributions. They out in the water every day, some people, professional anglers, fishing guides, just casual bank fishermen. So they might bring some insight that the scientific community wouldn't bring forth on our own. And like I mentioned earlier, involved stakeholders are more likely to support the decisions that are made and help facilitate the implementation of our management objectives. And any plan needs some metrics for evaluating plan success. And these are some that I've thought of. I'm also gonna rely on a stakeholder group to set the bar essentially for what they think would be successful. One thing that's easy for us is measuring changes in black bass populations through our sampling. Also, angler and stakeholder satisfaction. Like you see this group of high school anglers with the 5-fish stringer over 37 pounds out at Caney Lake in 2023. So I may decide to measure smiles of youth anglers. Also, effectiveness of outreach and education. Like as a department, with our new executive staff, we're doing a much better job of putting out, selling our message to the public, because every day LWF does a lot in inland fisheries. We just need to do a better job of communicating with the public, so they are aware of our efforts. There's a couple more. So I'm going to rely on stakeholders to improve this list. And after looking at over 20 plus plans from different states, from Kansas to Iowa, Florida, Arkansas, et cetera, these are just some kind of common focal areas that come from their plan. So I would expect when the plan becomes finalized, we'll be hitting on some of these topics. And finally, this is a development timeline for the plan. Like I mentioned, we had our first stakeholder meeting later this month, November 19th through December 1st, if possible. I'm working on it now and waiting on approvals. I will be putting out a statewide black bass angler survey. So any member of the public that's a resident of Louisiana will have an opportunity to share with us what they think the next 10 years of black bass management should look like. And then we'll have a follow-up meeting with the stakeholder group, let them know what the anglers thought. And then in 2026, we'll work to have a completed plan by June 30th. And then beginning on July 1st, we'll start the 10-year implementation period. And finally, I would like to say that since it's a stakeholder-driven black bass management plan, public input is the most important component that we need to develop appropriate objectives for the 10-year strategy. So as the angler survey comes out, as I hope to have public meetings next year, I would just encourage all bass anglers to encourage their friends, family, to submit the survey and or reach out to me. My contact information's here. So basically, bass fishing for life, probably bass fishing until I die. I'm very excited about this initiative and glad to be called the Black Bass Coordinator. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was informative. I guess one of the questions I have is, what's the cost to accomplish the goal, or at least in the first few years, and what's the funding source?
So currently, I do not have a dedicated funding source for the black bass implementation plan. There's lots of grant opportunities out there that I will seek. Also plan to develop partnerships with angler groups, conservation organizations and such, but currently do not have dedicated funding. Some things, depending on the goals and objective that is set, we can accomplish through sport fish restoration with our 9 inland districts across the state.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else have any questions? Okay, we do have some public comment. Darrell Carpenter. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Oh, yeah, I got it. Okay. Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Zane.
Mr. Walker.
So I can probably appreciate growing up in North Louisiana and somebody's excited about catching bass like you and probably Andy and Gene are the same way. But I've certainly heard a lot of buzz about Bussy Break, up there with the bass fishermen. And
Yes,
a lot
sir.
of people that are even duck hunters in Russell Sage, where they used to catch a lot of bass in the Russell Sage Wham Break area, have now kind of moved on to Bussy. Is that, overall as a waterfowl hunter, we hadn't really seen a growth in hunters. It's actually the opposite. Have you seen kind of a decline overall in just people getting out and fishing? And is the implementation and success of Bussy Break, or you think creating some kind of ROI for the state, having some real good bass lake
Yes.
online?
So in Louisiana and across the country, we haven't been building new reservoirs since the 70s.
Right.
So Bussy Break is a great example of what happens when you do a complete lake renovation. Arkansas is also, they've seen this blueprint. They're also doing complete renovations to basically dry the lake out, improve the habitat, allow tree growth, and then you have that new lake effect. So we hadn't seen declines in anglers overall. But we do recognize the changes in habitats in these aging water bodies and are doing, collaborating with other states to find efforts to bring aquatic vegetation back, add woody structure, add rock structure. So hopefully we can improve things and/or some small places, if we can get the community to agree, pursue complete renovation similar to Bussy Break Reservoir.
Great, thank you.
Very good, thank you. Yep.
Well, Secretary Bosworth and Undersecretary Toomer would be remiss that I didn't bring up the disappearance of the largemouth bass fishing in the Mississippi River because of the invasive carp. And I appreciate all that y'all are doing. I've watched a fishery go away in my lifetime. And it was a great fishery that generations of people enjoyed. And I appreciate what you're doing because we need to create other opportunities now. So thank you.
Yep. And same thing, like from the bank fishermen, reservoirs, bass boats, like bass very accessible. So we want to represent all angling groups in this process.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Okay, so, and it's, there's no action on this item. Okay, thank you for the report. Agenda item number 12, receive and consider potpourri document on special bait dealers permit. Robert Bourgeois, fishery permit coordinator.
It's going to take me longer to get the presentation up than it will take for to give it. Computer seems frozen.
See the struggles sometimes
No
better than
cursor.
others. Yep, there it is. There it is. Okay, which one?
All right. So I'm here to present on the potpourri on the special bait permit. Just to bring you up to date, you may remember that the special bait dealer's permit allows for the take of shrimp out of season to be sold then for recreational purposes for the fishermen, recreational fishermen public. We passed this to increase the opportunity by having these shrimp to be for sale on the vessels that actually caught them. Y'all passed that. We went to public comment. We had very few comments. This then went to oversight. When it got to oversight, oversight decided, one of the comments was that the boats could interfere with marina operations, competitive by selling off the bank. And so they wanted a buffer to be placed around the wholesale retail onshore facilities, and they decided on a 3/4 of a mile buffer around those facilities. So I'm here today to present to you the same thing where the fishermen can sell off their boat, but they can't be within 3/4 of a mile of a existing special bait permitted facility unless they have written permission from that facility or they work for that facility. Any questions?
Any questions? No questions? Thank you. No, we need, we have public comment beforehand. If I find the card, okay. Mr. Darrell Carpenter, is he here? You good? Okay, thank you. All right, yep, I'll entertain a motion. Motion by Commissioner Blanchard, second by Commissioner Brister. All in favor? Aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Agenda item number 13. Consider and set proposed 2026 commission meeting dates. Okay, we have, I see all the only else packet have dates. We can, I guess we can kind of go through it by month. So the January 1st would be our normal date, but that's not the first, so we got to pick 6th, 7th, or 8th. I'm fine with that. Everyone's good with that? Tuesday the 6th? Okay, very good. Tuesday the 6th, that would be in January. Yeah, they got the holiday week, yeah. Yeah, I think the 6th is fine. The first Tuesday in January. You good with that? Okay, very good. Okay, February, it's 5th. I don't see any conflict there. March is Thursday the 5th also. April, Thursday the 2nd. And Good Friday is the 3rd, so I think that we should look at trying to schedule something the following week. What's that? Ma'am? Yes, school? In April. Is that a problem to go to the 1st? We're good? Fine with that if y'all are?
It's just April Fool's Day.
Yeah, so it should have been today. April 1st then, okay. So May would be Thursday the 7th. I think that's no problem at all. June, the same Thursday the 4th. Now, July, 4th of July is a Saturday, but I don't know if everyone's good with leaving it.
I would rather not be here the week of that holiday, the day before the holiday, because it's gonna be observed on the 3rd. The 3rd being when
Okay. So, or the 9th, whichever. The 9th, Thursday will be better. We're gonna do the 9th. Okay. August, I don't see any issues there. Thursday, September, I don't see any issue there. October, everyone's good? November is good, and I think December would be fine also. So, okay, just to January, we decided on the 6th. And April, we decided on the 1st.
I was just looking at March, if y'all could bear with me. That fell on our full week too, and the only day I wouldn't have to work is that Tuesday. And I can miss a meeting if I need to, but if everybody's okay with it, the third would catch me by
The 3rd of March. The 4th would work, but you have court? You can get out of the Wednesday? I know, Mr. Jimmy, you have, on Tuesdays, you have, other stuff. 4th is fine. Okay, so March changed to the 4th. And in July, we said the 9th, correct? All right, so, we can, we need to do this as a motion, anything? I mean, okay, so, okay, motion by Commissioner Brister, second by Commissioner Reynolds, and we will change January's dates to Tuesday the 6th, March date to Wednesday the 4th, April's date to Wednesday the 1st, and July's date to Thursday the 9th, and the rest of the calendar will remain the same. All in favor? Aye. None opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Miss Susan, can you send us an email with that in it, please? That way I can give it to my assistant.
Okay, agenda item number 14, receive public comments. Anybody has any?
I
Come
think
on,
they're
guys.
outside waiting to get in the room.
Okay, so, let's, we need to do whatever we need to go do to get into executive session for item number 15.
Yes, sir, that's going to take a motion, a second, and a vote.
I move that we
Let's
go
see.
into executive session for the purposes in item number 15.
Motion by Commissioner Brister, second by Commissioner Wall. All in favor? Aye. Okay, moving to executive. Okay, entertain a motion to come out of executive session. Motion by Commissioner Blanchard, second by Commissioner Walker. All in favor? Aye. Okay. Yeah, in executive session, we received an update to discuss litigation strategies on 2 lawsuits involving damage to Louisiana Department of Wildlife and Fisheries properties, in which Louisiana Department of Wildlife and Fisheries and the commission are parties. So now we'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Mr. Chairman, just for the
Sorry.
record, no action was taken, no votes were taken during the
No
executive
action was taken. Thank you. A motion to adjourn by Commissioner Walker and second by Commissioner, boy, it's a long day. Commissioner Martin. Meeting adjourned.